Okay, welcome to this long-term plan briefing today, Wednesday, 21st of February, 2024. We've got Mark Vincent up there online. Welcome, Mark. Councillor Perapaniora is on her way. She'll be slightly late. Mike Howard's obviously up the back coming through shortly, but just by way of introduction, Tracy, I've been told you will be doing a brief introduction, and then CE Maris will be following that up as well before we go into it. Thank you, Tracy.
Good morning. So we're at crunch time today for direction on what goes in and what's out of this long-term plan. So we're keen to hear all your thoughts and discussions on this today. Three Waters is almost caught up. So I'll show you what this is the process we're going through here. So we've almost caught Three Waters up and the documents that are impacted by the sudden change of direction. I'll just let you know that the government passed the Water Services Repeal Act on the 16th of February, so just last week. This legislation returns Three Waters officially to council and enables our delay for the adoption of our LTP to July 2024. So it gives us an extra month to integrate those Three Waters, which is what the diagram indicates there. We're working through February now, and we're still on time to this diagram that you saw last time. We need to complete the source documents. So the information you give today gives us all the information we need to finish the documents that get adopted through or come back to you. Some will come back to you for final okay, and then they get adopted at the end of March, ready for our consultation in April. So today we're starting with the infrastructure team. This is a continuation of the work you've already been doing, plus the return of the overall infrastructure strategy. You'll then go to the finance team, who will talk through the assumptions for this LTP, and then we'll work through those financials and budgets of the overall package. And finally will be the comms and engagement team to nail down the consultation document draft questions. They're going last because something might arise through your conversations before that might impact the document she's already done, but it's a good starting point. Any questions on any of that? No, I will pass you to the infrastructure team.
While Helen comes up, I'll just interrupt for 2 seconds.
Sorry.
Thanks so much. How do I describe it? The ever-changing sands of Three Waters and LTPs and annual plans. That's how I'll describe this. I believe the Minister has advised that councils do have the option of doing an enhanced annual plan and pushing out the LTP by a year now. And that is an option. We don't know the detail around that yet, to be honest. An enhanced annual plan tends to worry me more than it satisfies me, and that it's likely we might need our auditors in and all that sort of carry on. We just don't know yet. So we had a brief discussion with the executive team yesterday, and we are virtually there. Well, not virtually. There's a lot of hard work to go, and we need clear direction from you today. But our proposal is to push on through with this LTP and get it done, so there's certainty for the community in the next 3 years, and there's certainty around the projects that we need to deliver. So we've got a query in with DIA at the moment about what the enhanced action plan actually looks like and the impacts and all that sort of stuff. But our view is that we continue to go. So coming back to today's session, as Tracy said, this is really key here for us, and we will be needing clear direction from you about what to include and what not to include. And hopefully we can get that today so we can do the program. That's it from me, Mr. Mayor.
Jason, if I may ask on that one, and it might be a total pipe dream, but in that new information now that you've got, is there any guidance at all that they may be getting towards a position on future funding infrastructure?
So what I've seen to date that's out in the media, so no detail.
Nothing direct, okay.
However, you can read the tea leaves by what's been said.
Oh, yeah.
And, currently at this stage, they're talking about regional CCAs for the Three Waters stuff. But the government have been very clear that there will be no external funding coming in to those. So, a regional CCO brings the assets back into community control, one of a better phrase, as well as cats. It bodes well for the black cats today. So the regional CCO model is what has been looked at. Whether or not it's voluntary or not, we do not know. But this will talk about a voluntary CCO merger type thing amongst all the councils. But they're having very clear on the funding element, and there'll be notes being provided as a result of that. So it's grouping councils together into CCOs to deliver waters and hopefully have a better deal as far as able to attract funding that way. But it is a direct cost to us and it will remain such.
That region, would that be like the northern region? Or
So that's undetermined at this stage. So, I mean, for example, Kaipara could
Go with Auckland.
yeah, we could go with any, it could go with Auckland. It's not determined.
So, if may I ask, when the central government is keen on having a definitive plan, so they're happy to extend it up to 1 year, did you say, Mr. Morris?
So what
LTP?
they've given the option of pushing out the LTP 1 year and
Yeah.
an enhanced annual
Yeah.
at this stage.
So my question is directly to that. What's the hurry? Why we are pushing out with plans? We don't know what's going to happen. CCO, what I understand from the media is based on borrowing structure of each council. So each council will have been given more freedom rather than whatever figure we have now in terms of going out to the market. So it will be totally supported by that kind of debt, and the ratepayers will not have to pay except for the water, apart from the borrowing we carry on. So why we are taking all this big structure in LTP and showing a figure, which would be a huge rate increase when it's not going to happen. So that's my point. What's the hurry?
Okay, I'll try and decide for that, if I can, Councillor Nair. So the reality is a CCO model will take time to set in. They're not even talking about legislation being introduced till, I think, 2025 already. So, the best bet is to push through, get your remember we're doing a 3-year recovery LTP. That's really important. So we have certainty about the 3 years and the recovery projects that we need to deliver and how we're going to do it. Because I don't think we can rely on the government getting done in a year, for example. And I believe it'll be the 3-year push before we actually need to look at the CCO model. But, that's up in the air. They could move quicker than that.
There's a rating time scale issue as well, isn't there, with NRC?
There is. So NRC haven't got a delay at all. So they're going to approve their LTP by the end of June. We're scheduled to do it by the end of July. I've talked to you about the reasons around that before, and I'll reiterate that a little bit. So we're thinking about our community in the space when it comes to rates. If we don't we're thinking about the first rates notice. We need to strike the rate, old terminology, in time for the first rates notice. And if we don't do that, then there's a massive amount of background work to do the rate based on the last quarter of the last financial year, and then the new rate, and then the difference. And that gets really, really confusing for the community, and it heck of a lot of back office work because our systems no council systems cope with that.
May I ask one?
I've just got 2 other points. So that's one of the reasons. The other reason, which I mentioned to you last time, was the concertina effect. So, we do an annual report, same team doing the LTP, same team doing the annual report, and that's got to be done by December. That's been extended a month. But then in December, we still have to be doing the annual plan for the following year. And if we have a second year annual plan as part of this work, that makes it a lot more easier for you and us and the community to understand what we're planning for the next period of time, right? One more point here on that delay of a month, and that is we can't do the infrastructure projects that you approve in the LTP until you've approved the LTP. So already there's a month delay of that, and we're trying to minimise that from the 3 months, but we will want to get on with that work, right? And so that's the other reason for the month.
Sorry, my point is more concerned about in mega plans and we announced this thing for structural reasons and increase the rates, and then the CCO is formed, and we have to actually reduce the rates then because we are not going through those plans. How can we make a decision on rates when we are not clear on the structure of infrastructure and how much money we have to spend? That is my point.
You will see, Councillor Mayor, in the council meeting next week, information that you've seen before, but it's for the community about the asset management plans and in the free water space that we put to entity A, Waitamaki Ki Te Hiku at the time, since it's no longer in existence. And so you'll see as part of this LTP work that we've had to pare back those plans. We still need certainty over the next 3 years what those plans will be to be able to deliver them for the benefit of our community, but to cope with that growth. So doing an annual plan, I don't think is the best approach here when we should do the 3-year LTP. So it gives the community certainty, council certainty about our demands and what we're doing in the space. Remembering that, Mangawhai has got growth issues that we need to plan for, as well as targetable, as a matter of fact, and resilience issues. So all that combined, it is, in our view, far better to continue with the LTP 3.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll carry through now with Helen's producing our first presentation today, the long-term plan draft infrastructure strategy revised. Thank you, Helen.
Thanks, Seth. Good morning. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just this, you have seen the infrastructure strategy before. If what you've seen before, there are very few updates. We've put in a couple of more explicit comments about recovery and the challenges that we're facing based on the feedback and the discussion that was had last time. We've done some minor word changes. Largely, it's the same. The economic update was, outlook, was updated for some things, but not for others because a lot of the outlook didn't change in a significant way. So we didn't change some of those things. So of course, the biggest thing is that we've included the three water activities. So I will just step through the strategy again rather than take it as read, just in case there are any other questions or anything that come up. So excuse me, I just put my glasses on, so when I look up, I may not see you as well. So again, in the document that you've got, we've talked about the purpose and the scope. We've kept this document at a much simpler level than previous strategies, and a lot of that is because it was predetermined for us. It's a 3-year recovery LTP, so the direction was given in terms of what was to be. So there is a lot less. There is a lot less future horizon gazing, I guess, in this strategy. Excuse me. I guess there's also the uncertainty of what our next steps are. And the discussion that's just been had proves that. We don't know what our next 3 years is really going to be determining what our future steps are going to look like in terms of what our scenario really is. And hopefully that level of uncertainty that we've been living with for 4 years now will have gone, and we'll actually know what our future is going to be. So it is very much a pared back strategy to focus on this 3-year recovery period with a view to not losing sight of what it is that we need to do for the growth and development of areas across our district. So that's the key focus there. The trends haven't changed, there's little that changed in the economic outlook. We did cover a couple of things, it was a couple of estimates that were in there have now been confirmed. So the growth and the economic development were still as expected. So that was good. And you heard from Brad Olsen last week or 2 weeks ago about the migration aspects for growth for the district as well. So we did see some great growth in GDP in the Kaipara for 2023, and it was higher than the wider Northland region, which is really quite exciting. And the job growth also continued as well. So yeah, and the unemployment rate, while it did go up, is still lower than for the Northland region or New Zealand as a whole. So again, exciting news for Northland and for the Kaipara. Regional connections, we've talked a lot about that. As I said in part 2, we've emphasised about in the infrastructure challenges that the challenge that we face in returning our parks, open spaces and roading to the level of service that we expect. It was disrupted so dramatically with the weather events that we've experienced over the last couple of years. And so where time allowed and work could happen, that work was done on urgent repairs, and that's where budgets were spent as well. So I estimate it's going to take us another 18 months outside of roading. Roading's going to be a bit longer, but I think it's going to be about another 18 months before we see true routine maintenance happening again through some of our other facilities across the district. Still meeting customer expectations and legislative requirements, balancing our cost drivers, which is a big part of the next part of the discussion today. Developing the connectedness with central government agencies and our local councils, and that's even more important now that NTTA is off the table, because we have to make sure that we're working together on a lot more topics as well, rather than working in a fragmented way in any space. And while we're doing the recovery activities, we also do need to be planning for those next horizons. And as CE Maris said, we need that certainty of what our future is going to look like. In the meantime, we've got to keep planning ahead that where Kaipara is standing alone, and that's what we're looking at. So the way that we'll manage infrastructure hasn't really changed. The funding, I guess the thing in the funding is we're funding it ourselves, but we are being more strategic, I guess, in how we're looking at funding from external sources. We're making sure that the funds that we look at, that funds that are available to us, that we're looking at them in terms of making sure that we choose projects that fit the criteria, so that we're setting ourselves up for success. We've been fortunate that some of the more recent funds that have been available to us we have been able to use planned activities or items that we found during the storm and through the recovery activities. So we've got several recovery projects now being funded or part funded that way. And across the latest lot of funding that's come from the local government co-funding for resilience, we've managed to get 7 projects, funding for 7 projects, which is quite exciting. We now have 7 activity groups rather than just 4, because we've added in the 3 waters. The roading content hasn't changed, and there's been a lot of discussion about roading, so through there. The water supply is the next topic. We have our 5 community schemes. Our water supply networks are quite old, but they did stand up really quite well to the weather events that we've had. The storm damage repairs in our water network are largely complete. But one thing that we are planning to do over this next period is making sure that we consider the system from one end to the other to make sure that there's no hidden damage that has not been obvious and visible to date. So walking the line for the raw water lines to see if there's any leaks or other things that are happening, particularly across all of our water systems. So, and ramping up our leak detection programs as well, to make sure that there is no lingering network damage that has not been previously immediately obvious. The other key thing that we'll do in here is, and CE Maris mentioned this as well, there was an awful lot of work that went into the asset management plans for NTTA. We need to take that data and that work that we did for that and make sure that we put it back into our systems so that we are better able to make good decisions, basically, but evidence-based decisions as well. So it's not just about it's a problem. So it just helps us to be less reactionary. And actually, when we do have a problem, we can have a look and see about the assets that surround that particular asset as well, and understand whether we've got have a more systemic issue or whether it's an isolated issue. So, and of course, in the water space, finalising the decision for Dargaville's water resilience through a storage solution is high on the agenda. Oh, good point. Okay, so these are just so you've got the background of the waters. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Sue. Across wastewater, we've got 6 community wastewater schemes, and then we've got a number of smaller treatment facilities, generally servicing campgrounds or public toilets. And while a lot of our schemes are in relatively good condition, the continued weather events, and particularly Cyclone Gabrielle, caused significant havoc in the network, particularly because through our pond-based systems, for what the systems that are pond-based for wastewater treatment. Having said that, the storm damage repairs are largely complete, but it's similar to water, we need to make sure that we've got, we've considered things through the whole network for optimal operation, and the particular issue here is not so much about water leakage, it's about infiltration from stormwater into our wastewater network. So the I&I testing and the resolution of those issues is a key point for us. And again, we'll bring in the data from Entity A. And because we need to consider both quality and capacity for Dargaville. Not yet. Yeah. For both Dargaville and Mangawhai, that will continue, and we'll plan for those future works that we need to do. You've seen stuff about Mangawhai in particular, but there are there is a program of work that we need to develop for Dargaville as well. That has started in a small way, but we need to ramp it up. Find ways to ramp it up. Across the district, we've got 5 community stormwater drainage schemes, and then there's a lot of other stormwater assets that are mostly connected to the roading network, but some are ours. Through the work that was done with the Entity A, some assets were identified that didn't fit into an urban stormwater, into the definition of an urban stormwater network or as a roading asset. So we've got those, what would have been stranded assets, when we went to Entity A, we've got those assets that we need to consider to make sure that they fit into one of those categories, or that we're very clear how they are being managed. So that's the focus for the next 3 years as well. The stormwater assets, the recovery activities for these are ongoing, because some of them have needed engineering, solutions to be engineered, and that's taken a bit longer to clear. We've had quite a bit of funding for the stormwater, and particularly those that link with land drainage. We've been quite successful with external funding for those projects, and we have for that particular fund, we have until July 2025 to complete those projects. So we're taking the time to do it properly, and move those through. So we are also, similar to land drainage, the linkages that we need to do with NRC, in particular for river management, the use of their hydrology systems, flow models. We need to start bringing that into play more with the work that we do for both flood protection and stormwater, and there's often quite strong interlinkages with those. So that will link into that work that we're planning to do for land drainage as well. That's pretty much it for that. Yeah.
Councillor
Thank you, Mr. So thank you, that's very good that you have given it kind of clarity. So you did mention NTA is off the table, and 18 months, nothing, only the flood resilience and all those things can do. We cannot take up new projects for 18 months.
No, I'm saying it will take us 18 months to get back to the routine maintenance on the operational side of the business.
Yeah.
So this is vegetation management,
Yeah.
all of those, that parks maintenance, everything else.
So would the elected members at some point have an activity management plan, which we never got from NTA so far? What's your plan for those 18 months? What projects you would like to do? Even on water, you mentioned, there's no clarity. There is no research on even a Waitoa dam, which you are talking about, not even a piece of paper. All we have is Taitokura presentation. So are we actually looking at an infrastructure strategy, which means a long-term dam? Somebody said around Toka or something. We have to explore with help of NRC.
I'll probably just clarify a couple of things here, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the roading activity statements, they will be coming to you next month on the 6th. So you will see a full suite of activity statements. They may not be granular in the terms of what exact projects, but they'll give you a broad indication of where we're going to spend the funds. In terms of the Taitokura or the Dargaville Water Security Supply, let's bring that into my presentation, because I've covered that off. And I do want to have a conversation with elected members on where we go with Dargaville Security Supply. So if we can maybe pause that question. Councillor. Okay.
So the next slide might also help explain what we're talking about here. So part of what the activity statements that Anand just mentioned are coming to the briefing on the 6th of March. We're taking to build the activity statements, we're taking a top-down approach from the strategy, so the direction and guidance coming from the strategy with the focus areas that we need to have, and then coming from the activity plans, which is the next part of the next topic of the presentation, which has been recovery focus, zero-based need and compliance have been the focus areas there. So they will build up and create, that's how we will develop the activity statements. So a lot of that is already in progress and they'll be completed and presented to you based on the outcomes that we have and feedback we get from both the strategy and the activity plans. Then we'll finalise those for the briefing for the 6th of March. Okay, so this is at a strategy level, just a reminder, it's not a specific plan, a granular plan. And very little change to open spaces and all solid waste, and flood protection is still the same approach to revisit our boundaries, whether we consolidate any areas and to ensure that the interaction with NRC and other agencies that are impacted or impact our drainage areas are in the tent with us, working through the solutions that we need. Any other questions?
Well, just one more clarification to the Chair. It's common knowledge now that River Road thing is a year old. That was a victim of Gabriel. Do we have any plan to fix that thing, even if it's through Wakaputa here and here? We'd like to see a timeline because it's over a year now.
Yeah, look, I'll come back to you on the exact date.
Thank you.
Just a quick,
Laura?
thank you. Is another key assumption that we assume that Three Waters will not be replaced by any other significant legislation come 27th of March? Because it's been repealed, but we don't entirely know whether it's not going to be replaced.
We have assumed that it is with us for the 3-year period.
So should we put that in there?
Yep, that's a good idea.
Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've been through the strategy in some detail, and I just think for the efficiency of time, there are 3 minutes left on this item. Maybe I should just provide my feedback rather than go through all of these points with schedule. Is that?
Oh, there you go.
I'll just leave it. I'll just flick it to Alan rather than going through each individual editorial point. Okay.
Any further questions?
Okay, and just an update on the activity statements. So just in terms of Tracy's timing and activities for things that are coming through, just so that you've got this information about when you will see things. So that is coming back in March, as we talked about. Okay. Let Alan take the lead now.
Right. Thank you, Helen. Mr. Mayor, I want to take you through the infrastructure paper, page 20, opening on your agenda. It covers 6 areas. I want to do each area by area and then just pause between areas and take questions. We've got a whole lot of questions that have come through as well. But I think it's important that we do come to a conclusion on this subject, given the passage of time, but also the absence of time going forward. So the first area I want to cover off is roading, and you will note that what I've done is created the attachments that are supplementary to the roading activities, and to make it easier, I've actually created obviously line items. So when we are referring to a particular point, I'd appreciate if you tell me what appendix you're on and what line item we are referring to. So we have taken guidance from the various workshops, and we presented today, Mr. Mayor, a position to councillors that reflect that direction. We've also had to look seriously about where further efficiencies could be achieved right through the infrastructure portfolio. And Sue will cover off our financial position a bit later on this morning or afternoon. But in order to do that, we have had to bring some efficiencies across the program, which I talked about, and that's all about the contractor performing as well as the client, Kaipara, working to make sure we're efficient in how we deliver our roading network, and I've applied a 10%, 12% and 12%. It is a bit of a stretch, but something that we believe that is achievable. In addition to that, we've actually taken a further couple of $1 million off the first year and reportion that over the years 2 and 3. So what we were trying to do is the price path rather than have it lumpy. So you will note that in the sheet, there's some negative figures in the first year on Appendix D, for example, and that's re-baselined over years 2 and 3. Overall, we want to, as much as we can, maintain that spending profile because what it does represent is where we are today with an adjustment going to, if we were to go to market today, we are going to see an uplift in cost. So we do need to have sufficient money to make sure that we can maintain what we have in our roading network, but also look to do some improvements going forward. I will be bringing a PICS paper at the end of the month with regards to the overall roading network. So if we can just make sure we don't cross any boundary lines during this conversation, and I'll cover off some of those conversations in the month council meeting in our PICS session. So I'm happy to work through each appendices. Appendix C is our O&M budget, and you can see what we've done is obviously taken an efficiency target, but then baseline money over the 2 years to smooth the profile out. O&M is largely around, as I mentioned last time, pavement maintenance. And, I wouldn't like to see a lot more come out of that because we have actually taken a substantive reduction from where we were to where we are today. So, going from 17 million down to 13, although in the years 2 it gets a little bit better. And again, it's looking at where we are today and putting in the 42%, that brings us close to the 13 million. So trimming any more off or putting more efficiency in there just means that we'll be essentially going backwards. And then we'll be in a very difficult recovery position going forward.
Councillor Howard, followed by Councillor Aaron Wilson-Dong.
Hey, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Alan. Look, it is great to see these reductions and obviously well considered and providing some efficiency base. I go back to the starting base, and without wanting to go back to the beginning and even contemplate starting again, I use one example to illustrate a real concern I have with the accuracy, if you like, of the NTA costings. Now, the original, and so therefore does this impact on all of these costings? Now, the original estimate that they provided for settlement, Kames Road, Devitt, etc., was 9.5 million. Right? Their cost. We now know that and we've allowed for about 3 million. That is a hugely significant 67-70% reduction. So is there a basic issue with their fundamental costings, i.e. even if we went to a 20% efficiency, are we still going to be paying over the top in terms of NTA costings?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the 9.5 was a different scope of works from where we are today with the $3 million. We had a large program of us, and it was a lot more kilometres than what we identified. You will recall, some time ago, we brought that position and the direction was, we can't afford that. What we can afford is the roads that, immediately need the work. So we settled on Settlement Road, Devitt Road, just to complete that whole unsealed section.
But it came.
And we've got little bits of Cames which got that concrete structure. So the answer to your question, councillor, is that the figures here do represent efficiency, but they also represent a reduced scope of works that the council gave direction on.
And so to that, I guess you are comfortable, and that's the key thing, that they present accuracy in terms of estimations for the scopes that are presented.
They do, and I have tested the cost per kilometre with a number of service providers. And I think what we need to do is we need to get back to basics.
Okay, you could.
And not have an elaborate, so we've got to get back down to basics. So the costings reflect the basics. And again, that was the direction given by council. Stick to the basics, and when we get the funding in decades to come, we can start to enhance. So that's appendix.
Councillor Aaron Horton, sorry, was waiting in the queue there. Sorry.
Just on this attachment C, operations and maintenance table, I'd just like to understand what I'm looking at fully, and I don't fully understand at this point. So I get the efficiency target, and we're taking that. I'm just looking at the very bottom of the table. Efficiency target where we're savings. But a rates adjustment, because we've got a negative figure 1 year, but then a plus. What does that mean?
So we took the can't see the calculation because I've got it here, but essentially we've taken the efficiency target and then added the team's rating model, and it came up with a rates profile. And what that, and Sue will talk to this more, what that identified is that we had a big increase in year 1, but then a very dip in years 2 and 3, and from a rate increase perspective. So ET took the decision that we want to smooth that profile out. So the only way we could do that, because we've basically sweated every other pot that we have, is in the roading network. So we've taken $2 million in, for example, in this appendix C, and re-baseline that over years 2 and 3. So what it means is that the impact on year 1 is less, and then the impact on year 2 and 3 is a bit more smoother. So we don't have this roller coaster.
Right. Okay. So just explain for me how that decreases the budget.
It overall, in the 3 years, it doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, the efficiency target does decrease the overall budget, but we believe that if we can work with the service provider, we can gain those efficiencies. So we should be able to see the same less.
Yeah.
The rates adjustment is just basically adjusting the profile over the 3 years, so the overall 3-year budget doesn't change.
Okay, and then just my final question with the efficiency target, working with the contractor, like that all sounds fluffy, rainbows and unicorns, but considering the increased cost of everything, do you believe it's realistic, achievable?
Yeah, so two things going on here, councillor. If you look at the slide there, I've taken today's dollars being 8.8 million, thereabouts. The noise in the market, and Brad obviously confirmed that a couple of weeks ago, that roading is seeing a significant uplift. Applied a 42% adjustment across the program. So in terms of meeting the market today, we've done that.
Okay.
My belief is that if we go with there's lots more efficiency to be gained, let's be honest, materials, but what we do need to do is schedule our work so there's a 3-year view contractor. so they can plan for the next 3 years. And it is something that I'll bring up in my report next week, end of the month, sorry, council meeting, which outlines the future direction of where I want to go.
Okay, I guess my concern is that we're talking about, you know, getting back to service levels that people are expecting. And I guess I just get worried that we focus too much on cost savings sometimes. So I appreciate you explaining that for me.
Yeah, well, it's a balance, councillor, in terms of, you know, what's affordable today. And that's the position that, Sue has been dealing with, and we believe we've got a reasonable position where we're at. We do have a focus on recovery in the roading in the space. So what we need to do is we need to get our infrastructure back to, roading infrastructure back to, pre-cyclone a little bit better. And then, we can then do enhancements going forward. So the team is focused on recovery and getting our roads back. And that's what I'm saying, any further cuts would mean we'd just be going backwards.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is again, you mentioned that for 18 months we are doing recovery, which is largely funded, I think, already. So why we are having a high figure in the first year when we are unable to do anything apart from the recovery work? So are you telling me that the ratepayers are paying for the recovery 18% more in the first year?
Sorry,
There'll be more than, so what we're talking about here is the operations and maintenance. So this is the normal day-to-day activity. So it is beyond just the recovery activities. It's everything that happens on a day-to-day basis.
Details of what that 18% is made of.
when you say 18%, councillor, what you're referring to?
Well, the first year you suggested rate increases, isn't it? The first year 18%, then 7.5 or something.
Okay.
So I need to know how come the first year we need so much money when we haven't finished the previous one?
So if we can, through you, Mr. Mayor, if we can just bring that back to Sue's paper, which will wrap up everything, because I think that's where the conversation needs to happen. Keeping a line of sight.
Councillor Pennywell.
Thank you. So these are some big figures in the efficiency savings, which is, the efficiency target, which seems to be where the only place that the savings are really coming from. So my question is, what are the methods that you're using and the plan that you have in place for these huge efficiencies? What sort of plan do you have in place, or is it just numbers that have been plucked out of the sky?
No, they haven't been plucked out of the stone. They're reasonable expectations that, 10%, 12 and 12 are not unreasonable. And I'm not going to outline today because I need my contractor sitting next to me, because it is about, the client and the contractor.
So what sort of methods, like what sort of efficiencies are we talking about?
Look, I'm going to give you a couple.
Suppliers.
So there's procurement opportunities there, right? There's scheduling opportunities there. There's a whole lot of opportunities there.
A churn of 10%.
Yeah. And there's no reason why, if we collectively work, that is not achievable. It's stretched. I'm not going to sit there and go, it's a walk in the park. By no means, it's a walk in the park. It's a stretched position, even though 10% doesn't seem like a big number. When you've got 10% on a very small number, it's a challenge.
I think we've already been making some progress in that space. Can I just talk to you about item 8, 9 and 12? You've possibly given these before, but they end up quite big total figures, 3.8 million for environmental maintenance, 6.343 for network service maintenance, and number 12 there, networking asset management, total of 12.795. Forgive me if we've already had it, but have we had a breakdown of some of those?
We talked about it at length, Mr. Mayor, but I think one of the things that I did say to elected members that we would bring a program of works associated with some of these line items where they are identified. Some of these are identified through the year, But we'll go through one of those, so.
Start with the network asset management.
Yep.
The network asset management is made up of the staff salaries and the costs, which last year was 3 million just for staff salaries. Because of the move from year 1 to year 2, we've reduced in my plans, which I haven't actually shared with Annan yet, at least £500,000 to be then spread across the next 2 years, which means we barely cover the costs of running our RAM databases, doing any inspections for bridges, etc. So we're cut it right back to the bone. So that's basically what those costs cover, is our running and operational costs of doing the work.
Sorry, did you say $500,000 is yet to come out?
No, so the figure at the bottom, I've been working with that with my staff to see where we can adjust.
Okay, so that's in the efficiency target.
Yeah, that's including the efficiency target, but currently it's made up of 3 million of staff costs and then the 1.2 million, which was the operational costs to run our bridge inspection contract, as it were, to be able to go out and do traffic counting, to be able to run our RAM databases, etc. Those are the costs. So we've bared it back to the minimum, and as requested, we've moved a portion from year 1 to split over years 2 and 3.
Councillor Lambeth.
Just on that, is that it's something that can't happen forever? Can we get away with it for a year or 2 years, some of those things, or are there going to be, you don't really know, are there going to be implications further down the track that we're not, there always is, isn't there?
There always is, and it's the balance that we try to put forward to explain the risks for it. We've had our first cut of where the cost savings and efficiencies are, and I'm putting together some of the risks associated with it. So we've tried to take a little bit of everything rather than just cutting one programme. Our bridges, for example, if we cut our bridges, a simple scenario is we have 350 bridges and large culverts in Kaipara. A bridge and culvert on average should last 100 years. Therefore, you're looking at replacing 3 to 3.5 bridges every year. Therefore, 10 to 11 every 3 years. We're only doing 5 because we've cut the programme. These are the risks that I can identify to you going forward. We're trying to do a recovery programme in our reseals and rehabs. We've put budget in to do those. We can just about manage it in this LTP to do the recovery, but any further cuts would have, shall we say, what we call a holding. If you reduce your rehabs, your maintenance cost goes up because your potholes and patches need to be done more often. So we are looking at ways to get it to the bare minimum while still achieving the recovery that you're requesting.
Thank you, Dawn. That explains a lot to me. Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of transparency, I mean, there's a lot of talk, not only in this council, in Far North as well, in terms of numbers being picked from air. Would it be possible for you to give us some detailed breakdown on RAM databases? Because RAM databases have been existing. Are we going to recomputerize? Are we going for new software? What? We need some details. If you could, $19 million, as Mr. Mayor also pointed out. I actually had a question on that. Network and asset management, $12.7 million. And then other related in the same space, about 19 million. So we need some breakup rather than just accepting the figures as it is. So that'll be good. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we will provide that. It won't be able to be provided in the time for making this decision because there's a lot of programming that we need to do and reprogramming, if I may say, because the state of the roads are changing all the time. Right, so a list that we provide today might not be the list that gets done. All we can say is that there's a level of activity and beyond that requires expenditure. So as I said to you, we will provide the list, but it can't hold up the decision making.
No, the point I'm trying to make is I will not be signing off anything which is unclear to me, because what's the difference in 12 million and 50 million? Because we don't know the details. So we need to have some transparency how these figures are made up.
I think that's what we're trying to find today. Councillor Larson.
Thank you.
Yep, it's in our database already.
Yes, I think we've landed this anyway. I mean, I'm of a similar mind in that we have some pretty specific figures here that didn't arrive out of nowhere. We're $3,801,000, et cetera. And I realise that they're constantly changing and being reprioritised. These three figures that the Mayor has raised, which is 8, 9 and 12, and I don't really understand what those categories mean either. So just that you can just send us the workbook, whatever, the sheet, all those things that would be what they actually are. Whether they can be refined or not is another matter.
And
Councillor Howard.
thing, Mr Mayor, and just one extending question on that. So what we're hearing is that these figures, and I'm presuming that it's environmental, the three that have been highlighted, include wages and salaries. Yep.
Line 12.
Line 12,
Sorry?
just line 12.
Line 12, okay. So, but we have a 62% subsidy in terms of funding for that. Now, do we actually get subsidy on, specifically on salaries? We do, okay.
Anything that goes under that cost that,
Under that category, those get,
then we get a 62% subsidy against it, correct?
right. Thank you.
So these figures are only 38% of the total cost.
These are the total costs.
These are the totals.
Yeah, so within these figures here, you have to take 38% out of it, and that's what we are paying.
Yeah.
Where we are looking for our efficiencies.
So just a clarification, if they are total cost, are you basing those rate increases on total cost or on based on 38%?
Total.
We do it on total cost
Why?
because we can get the actual costs that
So you'll keep the
industry
32,
market.
so you keep the 38% received from Waka Kotahi as a bonus or what?
62% from Waka.
No, 62%, yeah. So what I'm saying is why the LTP, why, see, the purpose of LTP is to decide the rates, right? And you take what is our cost, not the total cost.
No, we have to take the total costs. We're going to take the total costs, escalate it to what we believe the true cost will be, which we have done. We put in a funding submission to NZTA, which we have done. And then we'll go through a moderation process over the coming months, which Dawn and her team will do. We have to reflect the total cost in the LTP, the cost that goes into our calculations in terms of a rating increase to our community, 38%.
Yeah.
We can't go to NZTA and not ask for the escalation because we know it will be,
Okay,
one, it will happen, and two, it's quite material.
thank you.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. Any further questions? Councillor Williams?
Yeah, I was just going to point out that on the attachment C, if you work out the subsidy and then our 38%, I think it's about 17 million is the 38% on that total. So you just have to, split it out and then you can see what it is.
Thank you.
I'm going to move on to attachment D, same scenario, except we're now talking about a pool of dollars that comes out of a capital fund. So that's just an accounting mechanism. But this one largely looks at metalling, sealing, minor footpaths, drainage, bridges, etc. And we've done the same methodology. We presented to you at the 6th of December the figures on the first column, and we've taken an efficiency target, and we've also balanced overall rates for 3 years to get to the bottom of 14 million. Now, the 10% can be 20. I just wanted to inform councillors that effectively we'll be going backwards from where we are today. And obviously you can see the state of our roads are not great, but they are improving, and we want to get them back to a state where they are reliable and dependable in the first instance. So same methodology, you take the cost today, the escalator, and we get 13%. So not a lot of headroom between 13 and 14. And then obviously, we want to start to make some real significant difference, particularly with the drainage and some bridge structures as well. So any feedback on PMXD?
If I may, please, Mr Mayor. Thank you. Just so connecting the last conversation, item 12, network and asset management, and item 6 on here, bridge and structural renewals. So if I understand it correctly, item 12 and the previous one, doing the investigation, getting out and about and checking. This we're now talking about is actual work.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, for each year, have you allowed for an inflationary effect in each year?
Sorry, say that again, Mr Mayor.
For each year's figures, have you allowed for anticipated inflationary effects in there as well?
We have.
Year one, we allowed 4%, year two, we allowed 3%.
All right. Councillor Lambert?
Because there's been that massive spike, there could be a correction, yes? Do we think that big spike of 40% in increased costs, do we think that is plateauing, or do we think that, I suppose it's crystal ball gazing,
We're down to what the market is indicating, economists are indicating 3 to 4.
Yeah.
Keep the 42% over a period of time as well.
Yeah. Through you, Mr Mayor, so we remember we still do an annual plan.
Yes.
For the following year, so we can adjust to the corrections at that point too.
Okay.
Because there could be some correction on supply and demand and everything else, and everybody else cutting back. There could be a sharpening up of those prices from contractors. Yes.
Yep, Dawn?
When we prepare our figures, we add the escalation, the actual, that was the last 3 years to bring the rates up. And then we've added the 3 years on. So when we put our subsidy to Waka Kotahi, it includes the inflation because they don't add inflation.
Yeah.
But the figures that we put into the LTP we're explaining include the inflation.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson-Collins?
Thank you. So the little concerned girl in the corner, trying to do our recovery on a shoestring, essentially, right? By what I'm hearing. What happens if there's another event?
So there's two things that happen.
3 years.
There's two things there. We've got, we'll come to our phase 3 recovery, which is dealing with Gabrielle and a couple of attachments. We're hoping that if there is another, we're not hoping there's no but if there's not a significant event, we are hoping that the NZTA will come to some funding arrangement that they had with us today, where your 62 is a base, and then they top it up, and then they go 100.
Yeah.
So we can't plan for that. We just have to plan for the BAU, and if an event happens, we'll have to address that at a time.
Not that we need to worry about it, I guess. We're only doing a 3-year LTP, but year one of the following LTP, whether or not anything happens in those 3 years, even if everything goes beautifully smoothly in those 3 years, I still don't know how that's going to work.
Look,
financially.
Yeah, well, we've identified, we've obviously got a 10-year profile, which it indicates a similar, but increased slightly spending profile. So, there's not a big jump. Let's do the 3 years recovery. And then we've obviously got to maintain the funding within affordable price path as well. So I think you've got to keep in mind the affordable price path, and that moderates everything down. So it starts with that conversation, and then we make everything fit. So that's a conversation we have to continue to have on every annual plan.
Yeah.
As well.
Okay.
Before I forget, Alana, could you accept Ron Manderson's apologies? I forgot to give them this morning. And just referring, because what made me think of Ron was the fact that what we've got going on here is a moving target all the time in lots of different directions. I mean, personally, I think that what will happen to a degree is we'll get a lot of prices that'll come in a lot less than what they would have a year or two ago, because the market for their work's becoming harder. They don't just accept that they're going to get a job now, whereas before they knew they were going to get it, you know. And so those things are all going to have to be incorporated as we go forward, but you can't crystal ball them at this point. Councillor Williams, you had a question?
Thank you, through the chair. Anand, how confident or certain are we that that 62% subsidy will remain at that level? So is that going to fluctuate at all, do you foresee, or no?
The funding assistance rates are far set at 62% for Kaipara is something that can be adjusted. Far North, for example, it's gone up by 2%. But the reality is I don't see or envisage any major adjustments going forward. So I think it's relatively guaranteed.
Okay.
It's guaranteed at a minimum level. I guess, can we get it up? It's probably an ongoing conversation.
Yeah.
Didn't they reconfirm that just recently? This 62%?
They did confirm it for this next 3-year period, correct?
So no.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, two clarifications. One, obviously, with this ambitious plan of 1 year, are you confident that you will have the contractors to deliver this program, which they have not been able to deliver for years, considering the environment when people are getting out of business? Do you think where you're going to bring all these people to deliver the ambitious projects for the first year? That's the first question. And the second question on Kaipara, I was speaking to someone, wasn't you, Don? I think at this NRC, people come and meet and say, and I saw the chart of Kaipara, and you showed it to me. Over the years, we were getting very little subsidies. I think we were contributing more than 42 something was the far rate. But over the years, it had gone to 62. And the reason was expressed that it is based on socio-economic thing. So by the looks of it, the western coast is not far behind or far ahead of Far North District Council, which is getting 72%. It is also that it is not set by NTA. It is a false belief that NTA decides how much subsidy we can take. It is a direct negotiation between council and Whakaputahi, how much they deserve. So we should put a case for more this far. Thank you.
Okay, in terms of the first question, the answer is yes. We believe firmly that we will get through first year's program. I wasn't, apart from my asset managers, and I wasn't too concerned with the rebaselining of the dollars from year 1 to year 2. That just gives us a bit more headroom in terms of planning and making sure that we can deliver. In terms of question number 2, I'll leave that with you, Mr. Mayor.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so the far rate was the question correct? And then, so we do that via NTA and that's how we do push it. They have confirmed the far rate for the next 3 years. I don't believe there was an opportunity here to review that.
So when it was confirmed last time, I think it's almost 3 years now, more than 3 years.
I think Dawn just recently said it's been recently confirmed.
Recently confirmed.
For another 3 years.
For another 3 years.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, I'm going to take you through to attachment E, and I would like some clear direction on this one. This one sets out obviously our capital expenditure now.
We don't have attachment E on the slide because it's too large, but you should all have it in your work.
In your work pack, yeah.
Could I just ask one quick question on attachment D, please?
On attachment D?
D.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Dawn and Helen, we're looking now at, you're going to have contracts in place with contractors and potentially, other suppliers. Is that a 3-year contract generally or 1 year contract? or do they all start June, July 1, 2024? I'm just thinking about, the point that was raised earlier is that we may well find that there are variances, and it's a moving feast, understand that. So we've got best possible flexibility. I mean, if we're moving towards more local contractors and things like that. So I imagine that some of these costs will be covered by fixed term contracts. All of them?
So just through you, Mr. Mayor, to answer your question, Councillor Howard, as part of our 17A review, which I have shared with the elected members, I will be bringing a paper back to the council meeting end of the month, and that will identify our future roading activities, where we're going. We have options. And what we've done is we're coming to a recommendation to council. I did give some indication of what that could be at the last council PEC session that we had on the 17A. So I'd like to leave that conversation if we could for the end of the month.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to attachment E.
Right, attachment E is our CapEx. So this slide relates to attachment E, but in your pack, you will see that we identified a whole lot of programs during December. Obviously, we also took guidance from the 24th January briefing and identified essentially what programs can come in and what are really for discretionary for elected members to indicate. Key items there, big ticket items are obviously Cyclone Gabrielle phase 3 recovery works. Those are 82% subsidised. Obviously, we want to.
62% subsidised.
Is it? We would think. Yeah, there's some 80. Yeah.
Based on 62.
They're subsidised. We want to continue with those. Obviously, we got designs underway and a whole lot of planning with the contractor as well. And then there's a lot of intersection improvements, obviously, walking and cycling that, we've had to, the elected members have to make a decision on. Now, if we go to attachment B, that just sets out an overall indication of what recovery spends. So obviously, operations, maintenance, capital renewals sits there with the efficiency target, but also the rebaselining. We want to continue with our road safety marking delineations. And last month, when we presented this item, Calvin indicated that we're on a bit of a cyclic. We can do a little bit in years 26, but year 27, we really need to get back to where we are. So this is all about, the road marking and safety on our roads. And it's not an area that we want to cut because it is important from a safety perspective. The big jump just sort of reflects the fact that we've got to prioritise where we do the spend. And, a lot of planning will go into 25, 26 to make sure we can get that spend done in 2027. There is a back. Gabrielle makes up the bulk of that. It's 9.2 million. And in the local road improvement, I did indicate at the time that we had 2 million. The $500,000 of the 2 million was to start refurbishing Molesworth Drive from chip to asphalt. We've made a decision that we'll remove that and not proceed with that at this stage. That could be a future year's program. But the 1.5 over the 3 years represents work that we need to do in conjunction with Appendix C and D. And the way it works, there's a bucket of money, and depending on the terminology, if there's a slip, we've got to bring the road back up to the surface. So we use the item 7 on Appendix B to build the road back up. And then we use items within C and D to finish the road surfacing. So essentially we need the 1.5 as part of our overall renewals and rehabilitation of the roading network. You'll see on the right-hand side column that this basically was feedback that we had from the elected members. I want to be absolutely clear that this is not including DP at the moment. So the information that Sue will present this afternoon excludes the right-hand side there.
Even though they're in attachment E as proposed.
Yeah.
So the way
Just being clear.
sure, yes. So you know, you read attachment E, which gives you the full suite, and for transparency, we want to have that all there.
Right.
Attachment B represents the overall feedback and direction pad. And obviously the Mayor indicated on the 24th, this is all about recovery and go back to zero baseline, which is what we've done. And we're now presenting a position where all the feedback has come, we've put it on a page, and now is the time to have the conversation. But to be very clear, it's not in the LTP and it's not within the financial modelling that Sue and her team have done to come up with the rates increase that she'll be presenting, looks like this afternoon now.
So just to be clear, line item number 32 on attachment E is incorrect, so it's not 82 as stated today. Because it's.
Look, can we?
Really saying 82.
It is. Look, I'll get some figures and I'll have the conversation with Dawn and we'll clarify that.
Councillor Williams?
Thank you. So I did send through some questions on attachment B. Do we go through those now or we wait for the financials to run through those projects?
We can go through all of my writing section. So that would be an ideal time to sort of capture all of those. So just going back to appendix B, the items that we have identified as being discretionary, is the sealing of the boat ramp. To talk about, you know, finishing off settlement Devich and getting the sections of Keynes Road, Wood Street, the beautification and the shared path component.
Does that include the stormwater?
Stormwater is, I'll cover stormwater when I come to the stormwater section.
Okay, so it's not included.
Not include stormwater, not including stormwater. And not including the playground. And then we've got a whole lot of high-risk intersection upgrades, which again, we've put as discretionary. And then there's the linking of the two bridges, Paiwaka, down from, the two bridges down to Lips, Cab. And then there's the Kaihu Valley Trail. Again, in the outer years, we're not quite sure what funding direction the government policy statement will set. Indicate it's point in time to have that removed.
So is that not fully subsidised?
It is.
Was fully
It's 100%
subsidised,
subsidy.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
but it's out.
We've had no indication from government that they're going to continue with the program, so. Yeah.
Okay.
So we've completed, we completed this funding.
That's right.
And part of the project for a future project, we would need to apply for funding if it was available to be applied for, and we don't know that yet.
Okay, and then would bring it back in if we got it.
Okay, questions from councillor Nair, followed by councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a concern on one item in this zero base. If you go to the bottom, I don't understand why high-risk rural road, high-risk urban intersection have been excluded. They're small amounts, they all add up to 1 million. Why they have been elected members to include or exclude? I mean, in my sanity, I would never exclude it because they are high risk. We don't want to see dead bodies on rural roads when we are elected members.
We're not getting dead bodies.
Look, councillor, we're seeking guidance. We have to include what
But I am just amazed. I mean, we are talking 50 million, 60 million, and this 1 million, why there should be a discretion, this mandatory to have high risk things, you know?
Absolutely, yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, the focus of the roading conversation is about recovery. And so that's where we've put our focus on. And look, you know, we don't sit here today saying just chop, chop, chop. You know, we do have consideration of and priority, and that's what you pay us to do is to have a look at the program and make a decision based on the constraints that we work under, the recovery position that we're working under. So we have to make a decision on, as staff, what our position is. Now, if elected members chose to have that stuff come back in, then obviously there's a conversation around the impact that has on the rates. So
anyway, that's my feedback. I would like this, whatever little $1 million to be included in the first year, on priority basis. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah. So we're going to get direction from you here. We need clear direction, not just one person's opinion. You don't need to voice, please.
I'd just like, when you talk about high-risk rural intersections, high-risk rural roads, high-risk urban intersections, and you've reduced that by 2 million. What level of risk actually is there?
So we haven't reduced it, Mr. Mayor, by 2 million. The 2 million is just a category. I'll let Dawn answer. What we have moved out is all those small intersection improvements, but I'll let Dawn answer the question.
So what we actually do is we work with Waka Kotahi Safety Department, and they have what they call pipeline tools, where through our crash analysis and through the incidents that we've had over the years, they identify the high risk rural corridors, intersections, and we identify programs of work. Once we get approval from them, we then put it into the low cost, low risk program. And generally, if there's funding allocated under the GPS, those are projects which are pretty much guaranteed to get support through the subsidy funding. So these are the ones that are currently supported by Waka Kotahi. That's about all that I can say about them.
Councillor Lambert.
When we talk about high risk, we're not talking about people dying every week on an intersection, are we? We're talking where they've gone through and there could be improvements made, and that could be an indication of incidents or just how they observe it engineering them. Am I correct there?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson-Donald.
Thank you. So just going back to the Climate Grand Trial. Just to be clear, I get this clear. If we take it out, if it's 100% subsidised, am I correct that there would be no impact on rates if it was in LTP?
But
Yeah.
there's no, we don't fund it.
No, we don't fund
We
it. So
shouldn't put-
if it's not in the LTP, and does become available in 3 years, does not mean we can't apply for the funding because it's not in our LTP?
No, we can.
We can?
Yeah.
It has to be in there,
Has to be out.
even if it's the next few years.
I feel like I've been told the whole time I've been on council that if it's not in the LTP, we can't get funding for it.
You're talking funding from NZTA.
This is not easy.
So there are other funding options where they have to be unplanned activities.
Yeah.
Right.
So there's the funding, the criteria for funds.
Entirely.
So TIF is, if it's a planned activity, we can't apply for it. They see it in a long-term plan or an annual plan, we can't apply for that activity.
Right.
And is that where you're hedging your bets that you'll get the
Yeah.
funding from for this particular project?
No, not necessarily.
Yeah,
We don't
but-
know the criteria of the funds until they're released.
So it depends on the government buckets.
So where would
So it could
stage
be-
one funding?
Sorry, can I
stage
finish
one?
my questions?
Yeah.
Thank you. So it could, so what I'm hearing is it could go either way, right? We could have it in and then it won't actually be eligible for something, we have it out and it won't be eligible for something. I just don't want to lose opportunity if it's got no impact on rates.
You have a question, councillor Paniora?
Yes, so my question, so she covered half of it. This, my other question was, where did stage one funding come from? Was it TIF or was it?
No, it was the infrastructure reference group, so the precursor to PGF.
Does it have to be a long-term plan for you to get funding through that avenue?
that avenue no longer exists. There is talk of a new fund, the Regional Development Fund coming, but we do not know the criteria for the fund.
I just feel like why not have it on the long-term plan?
Well, good question, but we don't want to compromise ourselves if it's in the plan and the funder says you've got it in your plan, you fund it. So look, it's a difficult position. We can put it in, but then there's a risk that we might not get external funding because it's in our plan.
So you're looking at the best choice in terms of future options and
I think we're sort of putting $1 each way in terms of not have it in and apply for the funding on the basis that, you know, we see this all money for this type of work, which is different to the NCPA. Or the PGF funding, we've got to have something in order to get something. We just don't know the criteria. So, yeah, we don't want to be in a position where if money's available, we don't get it.
yeah, that's right.
And if it's not in the LTP, doesn't mean to say it's not in our pipeline of work. Right, so we don't lose sight of it.
Yeah.
Because the LTP is the projects that are approved to have capital spent applied to them.
Yeah, I just don't want people saying it not in the LTP and saying, how come we not? We're letting this go, this opportunity.
So the other thing too is we are developing a business case as we speak for the next stage. So we are getting technically shovel ready. So if funds were available, yeah, we'll put that up as a project.
Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins, did you have another question?
Well, kind of, yeah, I think it got answered. I was just, because I think it got answered because I was thinking, okay, if we've got a 3-year LTP, normally you've got a 10-year LTP, right? But really you're only doing your first 3 years, then you've got to jiggle around when you come back to the next round. We're only doing a 3-year LTP. There's not that forecast. So that was my concern.
No, it will still be in that pipeline of things that we want to consider in the next 3 years as well.
I'll be coming back for you in 3 years.
It won't be here in the next 3 years.
I just had been here, I just had to come back for her.
Councillor Nath,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as you know, I'm also on the Regional Transport Committee, and the whole picture of Northland is presented. And Kaiwaka has a zero figure in terms of under 2 million project to be funded, which is a shame. So I will be the last person to remove these items because nothing is coming from us whereby we seek funding. And I don't understand what benefit we get it by postponing something which has to be done today. And people who are watching will be laughing at us that we are talking millions of dollars and trying to save the high risk intersection. I got a complaint yesterday and you were there and John Blackwell was there. And I won't name the constituent. He had put 3 antenna applications on the risk on Mount Wesley Coast Road and intersection of Hilliam. And it is all documented. And those kind of roads, if you don't want to touch and fix it, what is the point of being an elected member? I don't understand. Thank you.
that's more of a statement.
No, it's not a statement. I would like it inside this.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
Direction, Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins, followed by Councillor Howard and Councillor Williams.
Thank you. In regards to the local road improvements line that we do have there, you had mentioned that was line painting and stuff. Does that include like shrubbery trimming and things? Local road improvements line 7.
Through the chair, if I may, local road improvements is not vegetation clearance, that's our environmental line under maintenance operations. This is where when you go to do like a rehab on a road and you've got to put a bigger culvert in, add head walls, putting guardrails, the improvements to the road that wasn't there previously when we rehabilitate it back to the standards we require.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do feel torn about this decision on the Waihu Valley Trail, you know, but I guess, you know, we have to take best advice and I certainly wouldn't, on the basis of it being 100%, I wouldn't like to see it left out, but, you know, we've got to take our best options. On the next 2 or 3 items, and I don't know whether it's appropriate to talk about these now or later on when Sue's when Sue's up, so I'll take your advice there. But I think certainly for the ceiling of the Alamar Boat Park, I think as I understand it, we're now not talking about sealing it, we're talking about metalling it, which dramatically reduces the cost. And, you know, when you take the subsidy into account, our cost is minimal. So, I mean, I would very much like to see that. And I don't think that, I think that there's other forms of, you know, the Thames Road, Settlement Road, etc. We've talked about there as being debt funded, but we need to explore other forms of funding. These people have paid all sorts. Developers paid all sorts of development costs. There's financial reserves. We need to have some gains for these people. I think it's been recorded that they're spending something in the order of $400,000 a year in rates. And that is, you know, a key circuit road. So it's at least one of those roads that we've identified. So I'd very much like to see that stay in and be funded wherever we can, other than by debt. And I think that it probably, because it's not really roading, it will come up later on, but I would certainly like to have a word about the Wood Street work being left in, or at least programmed to start in this 3 years.
It might be, through you, Mr. Mayor, beneficial if we just bring Sue in, because we are talking about this activity now, and then cross-reference back later on. So.
Yeah, welcome, Sue.
It's still good.
Okay, if you don't do rates funding or debt funding, then obviously we have to show it, you bring it in, but we show it as basically have asterisks with it showing that the programs won't go ahead unless we get an external subsidy. And that's what we've done in the past. Now that's, I haven't got a magic wand for producing money, but it's
Councillor Larson.
a solution.
Thank you. I hope I haven't jumped the queue.
Actually, you have. Councillor Williams first.
Can I go first? Thank you. So I did send through some questions on the items that Mike just spoke about, and maybe how we could fund them in a different way. Did you get that under my attachment B?
Yep, just be with us. And through. What question and what attachment?
So if we go to attachment B9, sealing of the boat park.
Yeah.
We had 600K. I also support the idea of metalling the area for savings. And I just wonder what the decreased cost would be for that.
Yeah, look, I appreciate the question came through yesterday, so we haven't had a chance, but
yeah,
the bulk of the activity is to dig out that area and then bring base course up to a level. My personal belief is that the sealing is not a material cost. So if we put that to one side and we just have loose metal, we'll probably be back there very often regrading. And so you sort of the efficiencies that you gain from not sealing, you'll lose in going back to regrade, because the boats will and the cars will rut. And so we'll end up doing more maintenance at the cost of sealing it.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel we do need to do something there. So I support having that in. And also with the Settlement Road, Devich Road and sections of Cairns, when I said about the subsidy, 62% subsidy, I meant just for Cairns Road because it was already formed and sealed in part. So would there be a subsidy potentially for that particular road that we could gain?
So Settlement and Beveridge, no, because we have
But Keynes,
Haynes,
perhaps?
if we are doing rehab.
We can put an application in, but there's no guaranteed challenge.
Yeah, look, there's a long history with these roads. I do support putting it back in, but finding efficiencies where we can, and perhaps we could use, financial contributions, DCs to maybe bolster.
No, we can't use financial contributions. They've got to be used for open spaces. It's quite clear in the policy.
Okay.
And so you've got to, it's for access. Well, I suppose for the boat park, it is for access to coastal areas. So we could look at using a proportion of that out of the Mangawhai fund if there's some left. At a stretch, it's allowing access to coastal.
For sure.
Yeah.
And just back to the roading as well, can we use DCs for Devichton settlement potentially? I mean, there is a development contribution for roading for Kaiwaka and Mangawhai that is quite high. So you would think that we could potentially use some of that on those roads?
We don't have money, that's still debt. But it would be brought in for the future. So we would put it into our DC listing to capture people who are developing in the future.
And allocate it to?
That's right. Yes, but it may not make it, it still means that, we're building up our DC debt level.
Yeah. And also, finally, just on the Wood Street access and connection. So that's 62% subsidised. So we've got our 38% portion is 2.2 million, I think. Could we potentially debt fund some of our 38% portion? It's line 11.
Yes, we could do that.
If that would take that element out of general rate. So I would support those going back in if we can, you know, get some efficiencies and funding for those items.
So with the DCs, we wouldn't be able to, you're looking at a proportion, which might only be about 40% that we claim in DCs. So then the rest would come in as a loan against the current existing population.
But that's significantly lower
And
than.
future.
No, the DCs would be the future.
Yeah.
Which, there would be debt taken out for that.
I also sense a question. Sorry, you go first.
We've got someone.
Now we've got councillor Larson, followed by councillor Vincent, followed by councillor Nair.
Just on topic of that, Sue, you're saying we don't have money from DCs or financial contributions. What do you mean by that?
A lot of the financial contributions are being utilised in the projects we've already got. So from Mangawhai, it was basically, the fund was cleared out with the purchase of the land for the sports park.
DCs?
DCs? We have DCs, but they're not for those particular roads. So we're collecting for, the future for Cove Road is one. And I think Honorary Kaiwaka might be another one. There's a particular road.
Okay, sorry, that's fine. It's that we haven't been asked about how we want to prioritise the DCs at all. And there might be an appetite for actually using some of those DCs towards the roads that are actually being directly impacted by development, particularly Devichton. And so we kind of need to, I think, understand how the prioritisation of the use of the DCs has supposedly been set. We've never had any input into that, and how we change it.
That's fine. Yes, it is. It appears in our LTP. There's a listings of roads. So it's in every LTP. So that's really.
We need to look at that really soon.
Yes.
We might want to change how you're doing that.
That's right. That's okay.
Okay, so that's one solution.
But we can only add to it the roads you've got in here or in for there.
But that's fine, except that if we can know how much in the way of DCs have been collected from these roads, then we might find a way of actually making it more reasonable, because obviously those roads are impacted the most.
But also we've collected roading DCs for those developments.
It's come from those developments.
Yeah.
What we're hearing is that the money under
It's been put some.
policy settings is being allocated elsewhere. And we might want to find that we actually share some of it locally and some of it with those arterial routes. So if we just go then to financial contributions, I'm not talking about reserve contributions, I'm talking about financial contributions that have historically been collected for roading. We need to know those numbers too, because they, if there are any, ought to be being applied locally. And so we go, let's take some of the DCs, some of the roading financial contributions, there's a starter, and then we come to Cames. And, you know, we've just traversed that and we're told, well, you might fund it, but it is just a road rehabilitation like any other road rehabilitation. So the likelihood of it getting funded surely is no different to any other road rehabilitation. If we apply for the other roads, we also apply on them on the basis that we might not get funding for them. So how is Cames any different?
And it's actually a detour route as well, so.
Yeah, I can look at what we've collected from those developers for those particular roads.
That'd be good, yeah.
Okay, so just to summarise,
Hang on, I've got another question from Mark, and I think we had one more after that from
Me.
Mark. Councillor Vincent, come on in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just following on the same topic area. Firstly, I think I've said this before too. I don't agree with the idea of the quality of service that a ratepayer gets being determined by how much rates they pay. It should be based on need, and I agree that there is a need with those roads in question because they don't serve just the individual properties that front them, but also act, as Councillor Williams has pointed out, as something of a wider access in the case of when there's road closures and so on. So there's a justification there for, like there's I guess a wider public good element, but also there's a benefit to the individual landowners as well. And I think that we need to at least consider the option of a targeted rate for a portion of the cost at least of doing this, because you can push it out into debt, which is basically effectively kicking the can down the road, as I think we've quite practiced at doing. And I think that if it's $3 million, it's still $3 million plus interest, which the council, its ratepayers will have to pay over time, the ratepayers across the district. And I think a fair approach would be some form of localised funding for the main beneficiaries of that road improvement. And with the fact that it's acknowledged to being some of the roads to a greater or lesser degree can be regarded as an alternative route from north to south, there may well be the potential for some Waka Kotahi funding to join the party as well, as I think others already mentioned. So that's my contribution to the discussion. It is an issue which we could put as part of the consultation questions out to the public, and like the idea of a targeted rate, and then we've got some more direct feedback. No doubt we'll have it from the residents of Cames Road and Devitt Road and so on, but also from the wider population as well, in terms of how they see the desirability of funding this unsubsidised road upgrading. Thank you.
Okay, next, Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually feel very ashamed myself by being an elected member from Dargaville, and none of us see any picture of any roads happening in Dargaville in the capital expenditure program. And Anil, you mentioned that you will be touching Dargaville water storage in your presentation. there's no amount put forward in the LTP to look at what you're trying to do in making a dam or whatever. Not even a single item for Dargaville I see in the whole capital LTP program. It's a shame. Thank you.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, there are programs for Dargaville, and we'll cover those off once I finish.
Thank you.
So, is there another question?
I think the question.
We've got 20 minutes left and we're not even halfway
Yeah.
through.
So can I just clarify, so if we're going to move on to water, that you want me to look at bringing in sealing of the boat park with funding to come from financial contributions, and I think that'll be part, but we can have a look at that. You want me to bring in settlement, Dulwich and Cairns and see what money that we've already got from developers to that, and the rest of it. No, can't do a targeted rate. So, so we don't get everyone to agree. Okay, and the Wood Street, you want me to bring that in with part of it being debt funded and part of it being from subsidy? Is that what you're all giving me? And then is there anything else?
I may say that I disagree to this David King 9 million.
No, it's 3 million each.
Total 6 and 3. What I'm trying to say is they should be a tariff targeted rate or whichever. General rates should not be paying for, and have happened in the past and should not be. So I'm against it. Anything which is going to general rates for smaller roads. It doesn't happen in the rest of the West. And it something has to be the people who actually get the benefit of it. Right. Same with the Wood Street is what I'm talking about. Yes.
So I'll just clarify there, because the people that are paying the general rate are based in Mangawhai, or the huge proportion. So you mustn't get fixed with, you can't.
All I'm trying to say, nothing.
Residents out.
I don't see any items, so the reason I'm not supporting it, all I see, apart from the developments, all I see is human everywhere here, every time I come to the meeting, nothing is happening in Dargaville, and I may be saying it too often.
Yeah, I think, look, I'm going to have to butt in here. I think
I have to say, that's my opinion, Mr. Mayor.
I think you're entirely wrong. I've looked at the numbers. Dargaville is well represented in the funding.
I don't see the figures.
Well, you need to do some homework on it. Now, let's move on. You had a question, Councillor Howard?
No, I think that, you know, I mean, I want to say that I'm happy with what you've put forward and to put those items back in. And you know, you've got our collective comments about the Kaihu Valley Trail, and, you know, I feel like, you know, we've got a buck each way, as you've said, Arnon, and I just want it to be in the right direction.
So I'm not doing anything with Kaihu Valley Trail. I'm just leaving it at the moment because we're going to seek subsidy for the whole lot. And there's nothing else that you want to agree.
Councillor Williams has got something to add.
Sorry, I just had one last question on that attachment B that I just missed, sorry. Footpath connection Kaiwaka, so it's subsidised, so our portion is $266,000. For Kaiwaka, are there DCs there that we could also use to subsidise that? I'm just thinking it's a huge safety issue along that main road, and it's joining the footbridges that go from the Clean Park. They come round, they go past the cheese shop down and go to the next connection, which takes you in the underbridge. So there's a portion along the front there of the main road. It's just basically a grass bank at the moment. We've actually walked through it before. I think that's really important for Kaiwaka, and if we could make it.
Financial contributions, they won't, because it's a main state highway, we wouldn't have taken financial contributions for particular developments around there. I'm not sure that it implies the financial contributions policy.
So maybe there's some work in that space that can occur.
Then I'll put it in.
Could we?
Yeah, I just wanted to raise.
Yeah, from a wider perspective, maybe there's the opportunity for us to talk to NZTA on this matter as well.
Yeah.
So Larson?
Well, just very quickly on that,
bring it up.
When you move on, it is a matter that's come up before, and in fact, it came up through the Moonlight Heights private plan change, where head path structures were suggested that they couldn't be funded using financial contributions as in reserve contributions. And council went and checked and found that in fact, yes, they had used financial contributions parts of the shared path at Mangawhai. And so there would be a way of justifying it as in, you know, the path leads to the rivers, so it leads to the Kaiwaka River and the Mountain Creek. I think you can probably find a way that it's been justified here. Not actually directly by the coast, but leading to the coast. On that basis, you may be able to use some to just spread that cost.
Yeah, I'll through the chair, I'll look at that, but Kaiwaka has also been using financial contributions as well.
There may be none left.
Yeah. I'll look at that.
I mean, there may be a creative way of using some of that $3,500 per lot development. Being collected.
Well, yeah, just for you, Mr Mayor, to close out the roading chapter. Sue's outlined items 9, 10 and 12 and 16. It was 13, 14 and 15 of attachment B. We're saying yes,
No, 13, 14, 15, 16, I said I would like them in the highest one. But I don't understand the logic of everyone agreeing to all those things and not taking something which is highest. So I am for it to be included, please. Thank you.
So through you, Mr Mayor, my understanding of the tenet of the conversation was that we covered off the logic and those items are out.
But that's your logic. My logic is the highest.
Okay, so we can agree to differ, but I think the majority here wants them out. Okay. Do we have any questions or move on?
So just through you, Mr Mayor, just clarify, how many have you got and how many you got everything you need for now?
I think from the roading perspective, there's a through from councillors, I think sufficient for me to respond back and write, unless there's anything that you cover off in person.
All right, so we can have I need a wee break. Okay, so we'll have 10 minutes, eh?
10 minutes, I come for this.
So, through the chair, I've had a quick look at the financial contributions that we have got in previous years from specific developers for parts of Keynes Road and Devitt Road. And it looks like there might be a couple of 100,000 at the most that we might be able to take off the 3 million, but the rest of the 3 million would be funded by debt, just so you know.
Except if we get NZTA subsidy for the Keynes Road component of it, which could be more than a third of that amount, total amount. So if that was subsidised at 62%, then you're looking at a pretty substantial amount.
Thank you, Sue, for bringing that to us.
Yeah, so just some rating impact, I'm just, you know that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anand.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I think we'll be able to, and thank you, councillors, for taking the time to get us through the roading. I think it's been the conversation we've had for some time, so landing on it was very good. Thank you very much. Just moving through now the stormwater. First, on your pages, we've got the stormwater OPEX, and that's just really what we have to do every day to a stormwater network. Now, in terms of line items for management services, attachment H.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Come back to G.
Come back to G.
Are we on then?
I just got the Three Waters on there.
My apologies. Let's start again. We'll G, water supply OPEX.
Where is it?
I'm good. Oh, I'm gone.
Page 36, if you printed the agenda.
All right, here is my, I've got it in front of me. Yep.
Got that.
So,
Just.
These are the 4 water supplies we're looking at here. All right. Yep.
yeah, so these are all our water supply areas. Their maintenance associated with each of those supply areas, and they make up a whole lot of activities. The question was raised around management services as a whole. That's an item that we allow for where the contractor puts its costs to provide the services to Kaipara District Council. So there's repairs and maintenance that they use for fixing things, and they've obviously got to be for their establishment, their overheads, their profit, their margins, etc., etc. So that sits in that item. So it's a fee that can't be, sorry, it's an item that can't be moved because we've got contractual commitments, the services that the stormwater contractor provides.
That's the day-to-day services that they provide. So that's going into the plant every day, doing what they need to do.
And if I may,
Councillor
thank you, because I raised that query. Is it, I mean, it's good that, you know, you've made a 4.5% saving where it was to what's now and there. But I think that this is primarily Downer, is it? So I guess the question was on the basis of all our knowledge and experience now, and whenever contract comes up, is there room to improve the deal for us by renegotiation and make additional savings?
Look, the answer is always there's possibility. I can't guarantee you that because we've got a baseline of work that we have to do. It's really how efficient we can do it. One of the things you'll note between the zero baseline and the proposed is that we're actually saying that there's going to be some escalations. We're prepared to in the first year take the hit and make sure we don't incur that 8%, and then we'll reduce it from 5 down to 3. So, you know, whilst it's small dollars, it's still money. So we have applied an efficiency target.
So Yeah, just a clarification on this 31 million, is it 31 proposed?
No,
No, sorry, the slide isn't right. We don't have a slide with OPEX on it.
So if we just not go to the slide at the moment,
Sorry
we'll go
about the
to.
Attachment B.
The reason why we haven't put it up on the slide is that it would become quite voluminous. It is very large.
It's not with my agenda.
D.
Attachment G.
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 No, we haven't.
No, we haven't got it.
Item number 2, attachment G.
Not there.
Yes, it is there.
If you're looking.
Putting in the presentation, that's not the agenda, Ash.
Go to the agenda package, long-term plan briefing
Yeah.
agenda, and it's item 2. A lot of attachments on it.
Oh, Mary, what's the electricity supply? That's quite significant. What is that?
It's actually the cost of running the plant. And pump station. Anything else that we might need to, yeah.
I mean, the plants generally are running 24/7. There's demand.
So there is solar power in some of our more remote locations. So at some of our raw water sources, we do have solar power available to us. That is effective to some degree. But yeah, so it is an ongoing battle for us with the electricity, for sure.
Have you looked into solar power as a?
We do use solar where we can.
It's just about generation and the capacity. So we wouldn't have sufficient room to rely on solar. Because a lot of our instruments can't go offline online. We need reliable.
But keep going at night.
Councillor Williams?
Thank you. I sent through a question on this as well. So in the table, Mangawai and Glink Scully, there's no insurance costs listed.
Yeah, so look, this is just as we see it in our books. There is insurance across the whole infrastructure bucket, infrastructure assets. So what we're doing over time is consolidating insurances in one pool. But be rest assured that there is our assets, all our assets are insured, or our significant assets are insured.
Are allowed within the LTP, but not necessarily in the bucket for that specific.
Okay, thank you.
So there's no questions to attachment H, which is stormwater. Same situation, we've done a zero-based budget, largely recommendations that we have today and for the next 3 years. And we've taken a similar approach in terms of assuming that we'll get some efficiency with zero inflation allowance and then a reduced inflation allowance going forward. Similar descriptions in terms of management services, we're spreading those across the 3 waters, and they're contractual and they are required.
Councillor Williams?
Just had a question. Under Dargable Stormwater, number 8, it's got rates for emissions, and it's the only one that's got rates for emissions at 13,000. What is that encompassing for stormwater?
I'm not sure exactly what that is. It could be where some of the stormwater goes to the parks, I'd imagine, something because we.
Properties, probably.
Is it the puppy?
Which does.
No, I just,
Yeah.
I forgot to put it in it. I just wondered,
I think there's houses that have big stormwater through their properties.
so they get like a.
No, it won't be the houses, it'll be parks. It'll be our properties. There'll be rate emissions on those properties, so it might be through our parks.
Surely we wouldn't be billing ourselves for rates and pays.
Yeah, we do.
Yep.
Okay,
Welcome to local government.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, learn something extra.
Carry on.
Okay, so if there's no further questions on H, we'll now move to
If I may, sorry, Mr. Mayor, a general one, I mean, R&M is, you got reticulation, you got grounds, drains, all that. R&M is probably the biggest element of all of these. So is that down to one contractor? Or is it several, depending on whether it's water, stormwater, whatever else? And how have you costed it? Have you costed it, these on the basis of what the actual was last year plus X? Or is there a formula that you use?
I'll let Helen first answer this. So we did a reset on the overall contract back in 22, early 22. And the rates were then compared to market rates. So they do reflect the cost when we sought the tender back in 22.
Yeah.
And obviously those works haven't decreased. If anything, we're getting new assets added. So, the work is minor increasing. But they have been tested back in 22 and they're based on contract rates compared against other proposal, which I can't get into in a lot of detail. And then they're just brought forward.
Okay. Yeah.
So contractually, we have an element for just the straight operations for each of the schemes. And then on top of that, we have an R&M allocation, because if they're doing something and find something that needs to be repaired, they need to be able to do it. So there is some that's baked into the contract, and then there is some that we can use other service providers for.
So is our experience that R&M budgets, in actuality, when we get to the end of the year, are they generally seen as being underspent?
No.
Okay.
No. You get ups and downs throughout the year. We try to do the phasing, but seasonality doesn't always apply these days. Different things can make a difference, but generally we spend those budgets.
Okay.
Yep. H for stormwater. You're looking at the online.
What's the understanding, probable item line 52? Is that?
What attachment?
One I.
H, we're looking at.
Oh, shoot, sorry.
Sorry, we started to go to I and then went back. No, hold that thought.
Item attachment I.
Okay, go.
Capital line item 52, it looks like a project of some sort to me, just based on the.
Yeah, so look, I'll start and then Helen will come in. So Paparoa, we've got quite a few houses having failing systems. The solution is obviously to have a public scheme or the residents to come up with a solution. Now, there's an option available there for them, which I'll get Helen to elaborate on in a minute. What we had put forward in the Entity A asset management plan and feedback that we got from when we were at the Lighthouse was that we wanted to bring Paparoa back in as a public scheme. Why we put that in our submission of internal affairs. Obviously, the Three Waters is now wrapped up. So we're now in a situation where we have to now let the community, those people that are affected, come up with their own solution. But I'll just let him clarify what the 100,000 is for.
So there is 20 properties currently with abatement notices that have got issues with their private disposal systems. The land size is such that it's virtually impossible for them to actually put a private sewer system on there now. So we've been working with them for probably 2 years, looking at options for what could happen there. There was discussion about doing a community scheme that council would own. But But the difficulty with that was that it was only going to be a community scheme for those 20 properties. So what we had put into the NTA AMP was something out in 2032 or something like that, looking at a community scheme for all of Paparoa. And in the meantime, looking for a solution for what the residents themselves could do. So the thought pattern was then to let them do a private fix, and there's a couple of options, one of which is joining in with the scheme that has been developed for the proposed retirement village. There is a development in a retirement village that does have a modular system in there, and they can add on to that. So they could add on sufficient capacity to allow for those 20 properties to
Would they grind a pump up to that facility?
And that's basically what, so then the intention was that we would help them design that system. And there is willingness from the developer of that property to do that.
How many properties are you talking about?
20.
And that would mean one big collection tank and then.
So they'd have grinder pumps and then and it would be fed up, it would be pumped up to the.
But not individually, it would go through a central system?
It would. So that.
Can we just go back a couple of steps and just for my own understanding, why couldn't they grandparent their current resource consents to rectify, like, why is it that they absolutely cannot have a system similar to what they already had?
Because they have no land capacity, so the state of the soil is insufficient to absorb any more, and so it's leaching into the river.
Okay.
And the tiny sections, aren't they?
The tiny section, it's literally where the shops and things are, so it's very small sections, so there's not enough.
What size are those sections? Like 500s, 400s, what are they?
They might be 700 or 800.
So they got really bad ground conditions.
Yeah, so, but they go up the hill behind the properties, so they're draining downwards all the time. So, the thought pattern is to put a low pressure sewer system in and feed it across the back of the properties and across the road.
And then the 4.1 mil.
So there had been an intention of maybe making a grant towards them, which is why it's in the OPEX rather than CAPEX, because we're not intending to build a community system there yet, but to make a grant towards it. But obviously that's become a discretionary item.
Councillor Vincent, who wants to come in there, he's probably very familiar with Paparoa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, well, and I have been involved in some of these discussions too. And for clarification, some of the sections are actually about 400 square metres and probably more than half covered with a commercial building. So there's, in practical terms, very difficult to, other than the option maybe of having a holding tank, which is pumped out on a regular basis, which is an option too. And also bear in mind that in the same area, the council has some public toilets, which are even closer to the river, which I'm not too sure where the area front field is, but obviously it's something that the council would want to look into and getting a better quality of treatment in the vicinity of the waterway leading into our harbour. So that's what.
Thank you, Mark.
Contribute
for that. Councillor Lambert.
What you're proposing, is the KBC going to foot the full cost, or will it be joint venture with each private owner?
No, so the intention was that it was a solution that we were helping to engineer and design, because that expertise doesn't exist within those residents and those ratepayers. And that's what $100,000 is proposed for, is to complete that design for that process. So Melissa's team has people working on that now from a planning perspective and working with them about the various options. So we need to just close out what is the best option and take that and get the community on board with that. And then it is up to it is a private landowner issue. But the intention had been that we would try to make a grant towards it.
It's a subsidiary.
No, the 100,000 is for the design. It was intended for 4 million.
So it's 200,000 per property.
It's a very expensive solution. It's very expensive. Yep.
Big sewage too. Let's move on then. Yep.
That's why we're trying to come up with other solutions.
Yeah, I was going to say that. It's a lot of money, isn't it? Yeah. Okay.
On that abatement notice, are you is it getting to the stage where you're going to have to close those houses down?
No, so the abatement notice is issued by NRC, so
Yes.
and NRC have said as long as they are working towards a solution, they will accept.
I'd imagine that part of the interim process is they're getting their tanks pumped pretty regularly. Would that be correct?
Not that I know of. That we'd have to ask the landowners.
Okay, Mark might have some info in there. You there, Mark?
No, no, I don't have any answer on that.
Oh, okay. I thought you had your hand up. Okay, let's
I
move on.
was giving a thumbs up to what Helen was saying.
Right.
I got it right.
Okay, right, we're on to.
So was there, did anybody have any other questions about wastewater company? Went straight to the bottom line. Oh, okay.
Test for but I'll just probably do a bit of a preamble here, Mr. Mayor, just recouping where we're at. So the CapEx that you see here was intended to be included in the Waihiku asset management plan. It's no longer given the repeal of the legislation. It present at the 24th a recut on the proposed entity AM. At the same time, we also presented with a program so that we could adequately predict what the financial contributions were, development contributions were going to be, sorry. So just headline numbers in terms of the first 3 years within the entity AM, we were forecasting a spend of 154 million. We presented a program of works at the 24th of January council briefing of around about 57 million. Here we are today, we're sitting at a capital investment in Three Waters of 31. The program is made up of stormwater, water and water supply. I just want to bring to the attention of elected members the Mangawhai wastewater scheme. You will recall we've had a lot of debate and dialogue on the overall plant and the Browns Road disposal system. That CapEx still remains the same at around 71 odd million dollars, and it's a figure that I presented at the October council meeting. It's not the approval that we sought from council other than identify going forward. Council did approve 1.7 million for the indent system, which is in progress, and design of stages 1 and 2, which were the golf course and the consenting applications associated with that. With the revised and constrained position that we see ourselves in, we are looking to move the slightly to make use of the assets that we have. Not ideal, but we don't have a lot of choice. So we want to continue with the indents system. But I do have, my team does have challenges at the Browns Road farm. You note that it's an irrigated system. We are getting, we are getting close to capacity in a couple of years to come. We've been able to extend the capacity of the plant out to 2030, 32 with the indent system, but the constraint is at the Browns Road farm now. And the constraint is twofold. One, we have wind lockout, and we also have moisture lockout as well. So the sum of those two gives us headaches. If it's not raining, it's windy. If it's not windy, it's raining. And so, we have been, it's been a challenging time, and we have been managing the farm to the best of our ability. The option with the reduced capital spend is that we utilise Browns Road for subsurface irrigation. And that's a piece of work that we want to commence, and I've got a workshop with my technical team on Friday, just exploring a 2.0 of the scheme that I presented in October.
Can I just interrupt you there? Councillor Vincent wants to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's interesting. We come from the perspective of, firstly, with entity A, I guess doing the gold-plated job in a sense of, you know, all the things that need to be done will get done and on time as and when needed. And then we've chopped it back and chopped it back. And part of my thinking is that, I'll get to a question, is that if we can't sustain that approach for a long period, but we could justify that approach as a holding pattern until we find out what our options are for longer term financing. And I was just wanting Anand's response to that. I mean, is that a reasonable way to interpret what we're doing, how we can justify what we're doing, how we can explain how it is that entity A was going to spend so much more money and we're going to spend so much less? I mean, is that reasonable?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor, there's no gold plating gone on in the entity AM. You know, we had a significantly higher lift in the first 3 years, but we had to moderate back so that we could again have an equivalent reasonable price path, which the Department of Internal Affairs presented to elected members in Dargaville. So there's no gold plating going on. I guess where we are, Councillor, is we're in an unfortunate position that we have to decide what's the next best option. So, you know, my preferred option is that we cleaned up the water at the plant to a point where we could send it to the golf course, where it's just over the hill, as opposed to 13 kilometres of pumping. And then obviously utilise the golf course for the purposes of our subsurface irrigation, but the benefit also to the golf course of having wider use of that water. So that's the ideal position. The position I find myself in today, though, is we have to utilise, if we don't have sufficient funds to clean the water up to a point where it meets Australian standards. And I've said to my team that, you know, if the water leaves the gate, it's got to meet a certain standard. The benefit we have at Browns Road is the standard's already set. We've got semi-clean water. We spray it at the moment. We're moving away from that spray to subsurface. Now, we're not even sure whether the subsurface is going to work at the moment because we haven't done the analysis that we've done on the golf course. So it may come back to say, you know, we may not be able to achieve the irrigation, get rid of the effluent quantity as much as we want to. So there's an ongoing conversation, but what we are presenting today is, you know, we find ourselves in a position where we're having to make cuts, which is unfortunate. But it's a position that I'm presenting today. And look, there's a whole lot of other programs in there, but I just wanted to highlight Mangawhai Wastewater Treatment Plant because we have been discussing that at some lengths over the last year.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, I think you might well find you're dealing with quite a bit of gumland soil on Browns Road Farm in the flatter areas. Just saying.
Yeah, and look, Councillor, the other challenge we have is at the moment we graze to keep the lawn down. You know, as soon as we move to subsurface, you know, you can't have heavy cattle. So, you know, we're solving one problem, but ultimately we've got an operational issue as well. So, and that's why I've reconvened my technical team on Friday to say, well, you know, given where we are and given what we've got, what can we do? So, you know, we are challenging ourselves quite heavily. And be rest assured, there's no gold plating going on at all.
Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I don't know whether I'm at least in part conflicted in asking this, but I am asking it as elected member. So, am I hearing right for the first time that the golf course is, the subsurface there is gone?
Through Mr. Mayor, no, definitely the long-term option is to bring the effluent through to the golf club.
Okay.
It's just a question of timing. So,
because as I understand it, that whatever we did at Brown Road, it would not in any way handle the capacity that we've got.
That's right, because we've got these constraints around wind lockout and rain moisture, that's a constraint. Look, I'd just like to maybe inform elected members that, we may come up with a innovative solution on Friday or the preceding week. So there's probably going to be a little bit of time where we might be able to do the same with the money we've got. Or we may need a little bit more to get a better outcome. So timing is not great, but it's where we're at. And look, the team may say, well, we can still utilise the golf course within the constraints that you have.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, but we've got a timing issue on the golf course as well, because we're monitoring for 12 months to make sure what it can take and what it can accept over a period of time. So there's nothing we can do on the golf course for 12 months. And so in the meantime, we still need to consider what we're going to do with Brown Road Farm going forward, because there will be periods of time throughout the year when the golf course don't want any of that water level because they've got sufficient themselves. We will, we'll all potentially always need to have something happening at Brown Road Farm. We just have to, what we're trying to do at the moment is just move things around, like Alan said, we've got plant capacity now through till 2032, we expect. So now we'll have to have the focus right now about how do we manage that disposal in clever ways, utilising the options that we've got in front of us today.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, no, I always understood that we needed a plan B or a backup from Brown Road. So can I inquire, please, is the design, at both levels on the golf course still going ahead?
Yeah, in parallel, we may have to shift a little bit of focus on the road and less on the golf course. But what I do want to do, Mr. Mayor, and it'll be something that I'll need to come back in a probably a closed session, is enter into a memorandum of understanding with the golf course, because we have been in discussions with them for over 2 years. And I don't want to be in a position where, our options are getting limited because, we've got a funding constraint. So the golf course it's an option. We need it. It's going to happen. It's a matter of timing. My conversations with the club now need to focus on, let's get a memorandum of understanding locked in, signed off. Then we've got a secure option for disposal going forward.
Okay.
Question from Councillor Lambert.
Have we finished with the golf course and that one?
Yes.
The elephant in the room, I'm looking here at the Three Waters proposal and the fluoridation system, and approximately $3 million was going to be spent on that. But I see that with the proposal, it is now down to 180 million just for Dargaville. Is the fluoridation a mandated central government direction, or are we still deciding on that, or is there going to be a process with ratepayers and the residents?
So I'll quickly, and I'll come back to that one. So the fluoridation was taken out of council's hands some years ago and put in the hands of health department, and it's the Director General of Health that basically makes. Now we're on a watching brief at the moment. Other councils have been forced to put in fluoridation. You will note there's a High Court decision out there around council's ability to enforce, but that decision is not around whether you should or you shouldn't. It's around the I guess, the engagement and the community consultation that we go through. So and it's all based on population size. So we have, we believe we may be, let's make sure we get the right guidance.
Yes, so my question is, why was it eliminated from everywhere else except for Dargaville? And why isn't that gone too?
Dargaville was a population over 5,000 as an urban centre, and that was what the Ministry of Health.
On their own water.
They're not, yeah.
Okay, I understand now.
Dargaville is the only one.
Makes sense.
Trigger, yeah.
Yeah, that was the trigger. So what the reason for the timing and from the NTTA discussions was that we had a notice from the Ministry of Health to say that we were on a watch and that we were likely to be mandated for fluoride for Dargaville. And then once you're notified about that, you have 2 to 3 years to put it in place. So because we've not been notified yet, we don't expect to have to put any in place in the next 3 years.
No, that explains it all. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Larson, followed by Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to cover off on that, what are the implications for council if it doesn't comply with that directive?
You have to, because my understanding is you have to, because it's legislative and it's a directive.
So other councils that have had mandates have been able to work with the Ministry of Health in terms of timing, funding and various, but the Ministry of Health is monitoring very closely and ensuring that it does go ahead.
Or government, if council wouldn't comply, would take control of the council and enforce it.
They're likely to get funding to support. Well, funding is an issue. If funding is an issue, they're likely supported through funding. I don't believe it's wanted or not session.
I think if it came up in consultation, there'd be some people that would say, well, we want to have the choice of whether we have it in our water or not.
Correct.
And if our ratepayers didn't want it, is that if it ever arose, I guess, would we? We would. Okay.
So no.
Thank you, Mr. I hope you will talk about the Dargaville wastewater scheme now.
Yep, so we've got funding available for Dargaville. So in the wastewater, you'll note that we are looking to do some improvements in the pump station. We are looking to do works in the network. In the pump stations 1 and 2.
Which attachment is it?
So it's attachment
J
and line 25.
Systems.
27 for Dargaville wastewater.
Okay, so.
The one you're looking for, Ash, is 46.
So, sorry, so when you say irrigation, so the resource consent which we require have been received or not?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we,
So within that consent, there are some conditions and those upgrades that we need to do are what's allowed for here.
4 years, thank you.
So in terms of Dargaville wastewater, if you look at line 29, there's some funding in there for exploring options with our treatment plant, because we know we need to upgrade that in the irrigation field. And there's also pump stations 1 and 4 that we need to upgrade. Now, if you're referring to the water supply, councillor, in terms of the security of...
Sorry, wastewater.
Yep.
The proposed is only 500,000, it was 5 million before, isn't it?
What line are you looking
Line.
at?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So again, when we talk about a treatment plant upgrade, we're talking in the order of $55 to $60 million. And then this, it was a start of the program, and then there's obviously continuation beyond the 5 million. We just don't have that capacity at the moment. So funding capacity and investment. So what we are doing to this financial year is doing some improvement to the plant that allow a little bit of headroom with regards to the development that's occurring. So that will happen. The $500,000 is really starting to get into a design. What is it we need to do And also, we believe that the disposal we do at the moment, which is wetlands and then into Wairau, Northern Wairau, will be challenged.
So how many connections we can have now in Dargaville? More?
There is sufficient capacity at the moment in the plant for all the existing network, the existing, including spare sections and subdivisions, potential subdivisions in there, plus the plan change.
We can give you them. Yeah.
Thank you.
But just coming back to and so we're looking for disposal by surface irrigation again as a backup because the environmental conditions are just getting tougher and tougher.
And the potential relocation of the plant as well, so it's not right beside the river.
Thank you.
From a flooding perspective.
If I may, Mr Mayor, just Helen, on that point you said about the capacity of the Dargaville plant, and you just said with the plan change, now there are two plan changes, but.
With the race course.
So we're talking about what, 600 more at the moment?
Couldn't tell you the exact number, but the modelling that came through with the private plan change confirmed that there was sufficient capacity with what we're doing.
You've got, with what you're doing.
And what we're doing and what we have.
That's surprising. Councillor Williams?
Thank you. Just a quick question on item 34, Kaiwaka treatment plan upgrade. There was in the end $1 million and now nothing. What is the current?
Line item?
34. What's the and what's going on with the Kaiwaka plant?
So within the Kaiwaka plant, there's work happening this year that will actually see us through. There's not really a need for further work beyond what we're planning this year just yet, which is why that's been removed. Okay. We've had to make these hard decisions about every asset we've got about.
There's just so much.
I know.
There's just so many of them that are needing work in there.
Yeah.
Well,
Those systems that eventually we're going to have to move away from because environmentally we won't be allowed them.
Yep.
And we have sister plants that are based near rivers and waterways, which we will have to, we won't, in future, we won't environmentally. So
Good planning.
really thinking about what we're doing for the future.
you're gonna say we're an hour behind.
Anyway,
I think we were just thinking we're an hour behind and we still haven't finished this item, so if we can move through a little bit more faster.
Just through you.
Councillor Barth?
And I'm aware of the same issue. I just want to ask very, very quickly, if you don't mind, on water supply, because I'm getting hit with some particular emails at the moment about Kaiwaka. And yes, it's not a council supply, but I'm being told the council's public toilets, but are they council public toilets or are they the hall's toilets? So, does anyone know?
The hall's toilets.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, they're not a public.
So does council have nothing to do with the scheme at all?
We pay a lease for the use of those toilets for the opening
Oh,
hours.
I see. Okay.
We clean them, yeah.
Just one item before we move on, Mr Mayor. I think it's important to check that we are behind schedule, but landing on this is important from a officer point of view. So it's, which is the Dargaville water security of supply. So we have two options, and Councillor Nay, you have raised this point about doing a scheme at the Waitua Dam. Working at the trust gave a presentation on late last year. Now, what we've unfortunately had to do again is take a position not ideal, but move those funds out into potentially outer years. We do have a backstop around this regional development fund that the government has signalled, but provided no details in terms of how to apply. And my understanding is that that's not too far away. So on the basis that, we may have to have something in our LTP to support a regional development fund, we've put in the sum of $500,000 to support that application. But in the meantime, we've had to make the and elected members' direction is required here, to take out the $16 million investment. So what that means is that we will go into restrictions every year until we get that security of supply in. And with development, we've got sufficient water to provide the development. However, our restrictions may get triggered a little bit earlier and obviously stay a little bit longer. So just wanted to make sure that elected members were clear on our position with regards to the Dargah Falls.
Councillor Paniora.
Yes, in my direction, I thought that we thoroughly hashed out how important that this is. We're just kicking the can down the road yet again and again. We need to invest some funding in it now so that we can plan for the future and for the development. Yes, there is the regional development funding, and I strongly believe that we will be able to get some funding through that. We need to have it in the LTP as a backstop. And I'm more inclined for us to upgrade the Wairotoa Dam because of that funding and because it's available, than to go down this route of a entity that we have no bearing or control over, and which hinges on actually river levels, which are the same levels that we rely on, that when the river stops flowing and may stop flowing for long periods of time, may not be able to source us through the, through the trust at the times that we need. So I think we need to put it back into the budget and back into the LTP, because we need to do something. We're currently in level 3 restrictions right now, and who knows when we will come out of that. It could be June this year. It could get worse, exactly.
Okay, Councillor, followed by Lambert, followed by Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually was asked to speak at Grey Power meeting last week, and one constituent raised this question on the water supply and why we are not doing it. And he raised a very sensible question that water is falling everywhere in Dargah. It's all going in the river. Why don't you have some kind of think outside the box and let people store the water or whatever, some kind of thing, till you have come out with a plan. But this Wairotoa Dam, at least, or any other dam, is so important. You cannot just exclude it. I mean, we are happy to talk about rest. That's my drive. Somehow we are ignoring the West, which is very bad. So we have to have this figure in there. I totally support Councillor Paniora on that. Yeah.
Councillor Lambert.
Yeah, my question is the dam up the Kai River, that's a massive capital cost, which we're going to have to swallow somehow, whether we get that through external funding or we fund it by debt or something else happen. The Titai Tokerau Water Trust, is that a small expense to get rid of the water problem that we have as a year-by-year basis, or is it going to be another large capital cost to enter into that agreement?
I think I need to bring a paper back. We've brought 2 papers to council, but I think we need a bit of a refresh, and we'll do that in the subsequent briefing. But in short, to facilitate the conversation here today, we've got the Wairotoa Dam. We need to increase the surface area to get more yield. It is subject to rain, obviously. It's a dam. And then we need a pipeline from the dam to the Kaihu to basically push and pull if we need to. Now, coming back to the trust, they've obviously got a significant, substantial dam with a lot more yield than what we have. So it's probably at the moment, if our dam was full, we probably got a couple of months of supply. They will have a lot more in terms of their security. And there's some options of giving us first priority and other financial obligations. If we decide to do our dam, that's fine. It's capital cost there is identified. If we go with the trust, the equivalent capital cost, so the costs are around about the same because we need to do work on our dam regardless of whether we go with the trust. So we still got obligations on our dam to fix and maintain.
Just going down that water storage for individual sections, in theory, that sounds great, but it's non-potable water, there's no control of it, and there's backflow problems and everything else in there.
Well, residents are entitled to have their own tank if they choose.
They can do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's nothing stopping them.
Yeah.
Who was next on my list there? Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Just to kind of talk more about the tank scenario, I mean, it makes sense if we can't rationally put 16 million back into a budget for the water in Dargaville, could we not subsidise tanks for the residential areas? They've got larger sites than Mangawai, that's all we exist on.
Yeah.
And it's a stopgap that you can catch over winter, and then it's just subsidising that water flow, that issue that these residents have, and waive resource consents for tanks or whatever it is, and just allow it. If it will, you know, buy us some time until we can see where some other funding would be from to upgrade the dam. It's a no-brainer for me.
It is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
That's what the constitution said. And he was 84-year-old and he laughed at it. Thank you.
Just on that, it may be something the district plan working committee looks at, and allowing water storage for car washing, lawns, gardens, and et cetera, rather than discourage it.
Just coming back to the subsidy, it's Sue to clarify how we would fund that.
It would be by way of a grant. I understand Kapiti District Council provides, and I think it might be in their district plan, for for houses to retrospectively put in water tanks. But you still have to have the potable water connection for your house.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
And I think, I'm not sure how they do it, but what you're suggesting here is a grant to people. That
Councillor.
have but a certain amount of money for grant.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought the problem with using tank water for the likes of Dargaville is like the current arrangement is it's water source being run of river, and when that dries below a certain threshold, you're in a drought. And at the same time, that water tank might have run empty, and they'll be looking for somewhere to fill it up from. So it's I think there may be a flaw with that approach, because I mean, well, I've lived on tank supply for the last 40 years, sort of longer. So it's, I mean, people are used to it, can manage it, but it may be that, but then there's other possibilities of, say, having it as non-potable water, which is used for purposes other than drinking water stuff too, which would still be a benefit.
10% saving through the year might make all the difference.
Yeah, you need 1,000 litre tank.
So Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Yeah, could you just explain to me what the impact would be if the 60 million was put back in?
Yes, we can. Andrew? We're just talking about the.
What happens if we put the $16 million back in for the Rosewood Dam?
And just pop up here.
Well, when it was in the plan, we obviously had a debt funded, so we're looking at a $16 million additional drawdown on debt. So obviously you've got the interest, you've got the repayments on that one. So yeah, you're looking for exact figure.
So it's about 3.5% per year, because he's given the example of 5 million is about one and a bit. Right.
Yeah.
So, and on top of that, then there's 300,000 in operating expenditure. But,
That's the Tito. Okay, thank you. So just to clarify, you're saying it's 5%?
At least we can.
Yes.
Okay, just to the ratepayers using that water, or to all rates?
To all rates.
Yeah.
So, because it's we're just saying if it's half, so it could be more to those on water.
But remembering that we might be eligible for the structure fund, so we're going down the extreme, you know, option of if we can't get the funding, But if there's a huge justifiable need there.
Yeah.
And it would be.
Councillor Aaron?
Sorry, can I, do you want to say something? Okay, no, I was just, my feedback, I guess, on this, I don't know what my feedback is, to be honest, on this line item. Water storage for Dargaville was one of the top issues 5 years ago, and we haven't gotten any closer to actual bricks and mortar solution. We had some relief with a couple of summers that we weren't in a drought, but every other time been, and it's actually quite upsetting to think that we're now going to be at least another 3 years before there's going to be any solution, possibly any solution at all, unless of course we can get that funding. Do we know, again, same question about with the Kaihu Valley Trail, like it being in the LTP, or do we know if that will affect its eligibility?
Word on the street is that for this fund, put something in your.
Something in there.
Yeah. Can I just?
But you can still apply for the full, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to be cautious on this conversation. We are in commercial discussions as part of our overall scheme as well.
So you Maris about that.
So what we would like, I guess, direction on today is not go into the financial modelling, but where does it sit? Does it sit in the column where it sits at the moment, which is out? Or if we bring it back in, Sue's told you the rates impact and the increase in debt that we go up by.
Okay, councillor Aaron, followed by councillor Ash.
I just want to let my fellow elected members know, because there's been a lot of questions about the Waitua Dam and that. So if you want to go back and through your agenda, it was the 4th of October last year that we received the information. If people are wanting to go back and review that, you've got it.
So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as I said, whether you go with the commercial other option or not, Waitua Dam is a thing which has to be done, and it has been in discussion, and that's a need of the hour. If you really want to develop the West and have, I don't know what figures we're talking, but we're looking for large developments coming out of Dargaville. We are on an economic growth development chart for West. We need to get Waitua Dam as a priority and not as something. If it is funded by this new regional development fund, fine. But this is one thing we have to do it either way. You can look at commercial only in case you can't do it. I mean, this is one thing which is already written. It's not even a huge cost. We are not getting into it's our own land, and we are not getting into any commercially sensitive transaction which can bother the ratepayer for ages. So I'm in support of this to be included. Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think in principle, we're all, in favour of this. You can't let the water supply of Dargaville not happen. But it does lead to this frustration of having such a damned small rating base to live on, which doesn't allow us to do half the things, way more than half the things that we need to do. But my question is, we know that Dargaville has an incredibly low DC factor. Has this, and I'm hearing now that this has been around for a long time. It's been with us for a year, so a long time. Has the costs of this and the Waitua Dam, whatever else, been included in the Dargaville calculations for DCs for the last however many years?
The answer is no, because we don't have growth in the market. We only get 2 to 3 houses.
Hold on. We need to have projects, as well as I understand it, we need to have projects down in our long-term plan against which you can calculate the DCs. So this is not a new thing. This has been around for years. So are you now saying that previous councils have never actually put in an amount of money towards this infrastructure, and so therefore it's never been included in DCs.
So through the chair, there's never been any plan changes mooted or even thought about in Dargaville for years. There's been small developments, so it's only happened in the last couple of years. So no, there's been nothing. The only thing we put in for is for reticulation.
Okay,
I have two more questions, councillor Lambert, followed by Larson.
So, yeah, I have, knowing Dargaville well and what's going on there, there's been piecemeal, sort of every 3 years we get 10 lots or whatever, something along that line. So it's not big. But I do believe our development contributions in Dargaville are considerably lower than what they are in Mangawhai over this side, and that is paying off for Mangawhai because they've had a heck of a lot of more development and spending that. So is this the big question we need to put to our ratepayers on development contributions and asking them whether we need to increase them for the future developments that are coming up in Dargaville?
It's not about development contribution, it's about what we need to do for the future. And then you decide how much of that relates to the current population and how much of that relates to development contribution.
Am I correct, the development contributions are paid on new subdivisions, new sections?
That's right, have a lot.
Councillor Larson.
But do we need it?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. How do we get things like all the development contributions? For example, we have one plan change that's been approved, but another one that's in process. Collectively, if they both happen to go ahead, would result in up to 800 additional households connecting. And that we can't put that growth into place until it's going to become growth. Does it become anticipated growth when those lots are then applied for through subdivision or trigger? Because if we can't, we can't put it into our books if it doesn't exist, but when does it exist? When they...
So through the chair, so what happens is you decide as a council what's best for the community, because the water, the dam is not only for growth that may or may not happen, but it's likely to happen because there are plan changes, but it also is for the current population. I haven't heard from Helen what the capacity is of our current plan, but I'm assuming that it's probably okay for 9 months of the year, and then you have to have restrictions. So currently, if you want things to go the same, we don't have to put anything in full growth, but people will have restrictions.
I'm talking about for wastewater.
Wastewater for Dargaville.
Yeah.
Helen said there's plenty of.
There was sufficient capacity modelled, so the issue with development is the reticulation and pump station extension required rather than the plant.
But the level of the development contribution for wastewater
is low.
Is low. So it's mostly covered in a developer agreement, is my understanding, so that it's identified what pipes they need to pay for and what increases, if there's pump station upgrades that are required, that they would be covered in a developer agreement rather than a specific contribution per section.
So through the chair, there's nothing on the treatment plant, that's already been built and paid for. So we can't now charge it to newbies.
and so, I mean, we've heard that it covers, there's enough capacity for the approved plan change. What about the as yet not approved plan change? Is that enough capacity for that as well?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
For wastewater, yes.
There is, there's enough for both of them.
Set by.
Well, water supply there is, but you'll still have a restricted supply.
Restriction.
Water, you have to remember that from a water supply perspective for Dargaville, we are taking from surface water. So as long as the river is flowing, we can take the water. So we can take enough water, provided the river flow is at a sufficient level to provide the water needs of Dargaville. It is when that river flow drops that we have an issue. So Sue's exactly right. We can increase the population of Dargaville, and for 9 months of the year, we can probably still, we would expect to still be able to service them with the water needs. But for that those dry periods and when the river flows drop, it's the river flow trigger that is the problem for us.
Councillor Mayor, followed by Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think we're going in circles. The commercially sensitive project is also taking money, taking water from the same river of which and they store it.
No.
Well, they take it from the rivers. They pump it 9 kilometers up.
Their water sources from the drains going into the Wairoa. It is not from the Kaiwi River.
No, but they take the same rainwater. If it's not there, it's not there. All I'm trying to say, we are just going around in circles. There are two issues here. One issue, of course, is water, and the water is paramount. Sorry, what's happening?
Carry on.
She's something.
The computers you've got. All of them, that one.
Lana's got it.
Don't worry, it's not the computer, the TV.
Hey, sorry about the break, but I thought we gotta get out of it. So all I'm trying to say, whatever we do, this Waitoa Dam should be included. This is water, it's required, and you can't live on restriction for rest of your life and promise future for Dagaville with new sections. Thank you.
Can't we just, and then hope for the regional development fund to fund it?
Yeah, we will be.
We can't.
Can I ask, look, I'll get CE Maris to wrap this up, and I'll do so myself as well, because I think we need to be looking forward and funding what we need to do to get the designs and all the forward plan we need for Dargaville to get water sorted. We've got a lot of negotiation and talking to do with ministers shortly over these funds, and they've indicated very strongly that they're going to support major projects like dams, etc. So there's going to be opportunities for our council, I'm sure. CE Maris?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. So this is not a debate for two options at the table, right? We're talking about roughly the same cost. So it's actually a debate on whether or not to include it in the proposed LTP. Currently, as you see, we've included 526 and 27, 500 each. Now that will enable a co-funding if that element is required in that new fund. And we've taken out the 6 million in 26 and the 27, 10 million, the 16 million in total, right? So bearing in mind what Sue has indicated, the impact on your constituents' rates, if we include that all back in, 16 million, which is what I'm hearing from you all, you know, that's a significant increase in rates on top of what is already quite a high rates increase.
We can't kick it down the road any longer, so.
Just to clarify, because I might have this wrong, but if we include it and we can't get funding, we're tied to our community to still do the project, right? Which
we should be required to do it.
Which is a 3.5% increase in rates on top of 18%.
So just to clarify through the chair, is that it is, would be 3.5%, but because it's a targeted rate, you're looking at $1.5 million a year just to cover the debt and the interest of that. I'm not sure of the operating, what kind of operating expenses there might be, but I'm assuming there are minimal, but
also that's only water too, so you're getting revenue from it.
So that's only the same, yes, could be
We've
more.
got businesses shut down, you know, with the Caltex.
There could be. So
car wash and all of that.
So it's going to be over, I think the number of ratepayers in Dargaville on water plus others in water is probably, you're only probably looking at 3,000 houses.
Look, I think what we've got here is sensible. It keeps our foot in the door in terms of going forward with RDF funding. You know, the other thing you've got to consider is that we've been severely impacted by the withdrawal of the Three Waters. That's come back at us. However, we have options there. That we don't have to go running and spending 16 million or committing to that, but we do have to, going forward, commit to the process of getting this stuff done. So I'm not in support of the 16 million, but I'm in support of continuing where we are now, looking at those options and how we get funding through them through central government. So if you've got any ideas you want to put forward to firm up your position, email them please through to Arnhem. Okay, we'll move on because we're running out of time here.
So we're on to K, open spaces. Pretty much same story. We've got facilities around the place that we need to maintain. There are a number of questions which, in the absence of time, we will reply in writing. So if there's no further questions.
Just a very quick one. Why is Mangawhai's 120,000, but Dargaville's only 3,000?
What line?
Huge,
Attachment and what line?
So line item number 7, over 3 years is 120,000 for attachment K, for toilet amenities. There's just a huge difference. I'm just wondering why the difference. For Dargaville, it's only $1,000 each year.
About water supply.
Yes.
Tankers. Yeah, Mangawhai is because we buy the water in via tanker.
And when you buy.
We don't have any.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas in Dargaville, you have a reticulated supply. Water supply here is more expensive.
Okay, no further questions.
That's proportionate with the, yeah, anyway.
Has it answered? Carry on.
There's no further questions on K. We move to L. This is management. So again,
So it's contracted works.
business as usual. It works, collecting rubbish, removing rubbish. Yeah. But if you look at line 19, we do have a step change there, and that's when we move to the bins. As part of our waste minimisation plan and consultation that we went out and now going into the LTP.
Is that the cost of the targeted rates? What is that cost?
That's the cost of the collection of the bins. When we move to a bin system and a crate for recycling potentially. Doing that because at the pay, so then you buy your bags, whereas they'll get a bin and they will, yeah, and then I don't know if you want to talk about the.
But that's only for residential though, isn't it?
Yeah.
In suburban areas.
We'll cover that cost.
Yeah, and collection areas.
Is it the net cost? Because you charge them for the bins. Have you excluded that amount?
This is not about the purchase of the bins, this is about curbside collection.
So it's just
the operating cost and remove.
Not the net cost.
So those rural residents, they'll still have to use bags they pay for.
It's still being worked through in terms of exactly what we will do, what that plan is. But the options are in the waste management and minimisation plan that was adopted in November, and we're working through that. But this is the impact of adopting that plan.
So just another question on that. So when will we have the targeted rate costs
For this,
split out? Yes, for the waste management.
I'll let Sue answer that. When will we have the targeted rate cost?
Will we know what the targeted rate costs are for the changeover into waste for the residential
I think that
homes?
it's one of the questions. We had it last year as a question that was like $250, I think at that stage, in our LTP, so it might be more, but it'll be offset by the bags that people will purchase.
Or won't have.
Well, but it might be more than user pays costs to people though, mightn't it? The targeted rate.
Now, the target rate would be what it costs them, but for a bin, a waste bin, rather than, at the moment, they pay for the bags at the grocery store.
I'm just saying they have control over how many they can buy. It doesn't matter, I'm just, yeah.
Councillor Lambeth.
extra 3.5 million because there's the illegal dumping I noticed has risen and the management services has risen, the extra 3.5 million. What does that equate to as a rate rise as a percentage?
So you're looking at line 20?
I'm looking at
Same thing.
line 18, 19 and 20. The difference from the 2025 to, to the 2027, it'll be $3 million rise.
Yes, that's the 19, that's what we were just talking about, that's the increase in collection costs.
Yes, so what does that equate to in a percentage of?
For rates?
8%.
Which like 17 to 20?
No, 19, the two.
$3 million, how much does that equate to a rate rise?
The targeted rate.
Well, okay.
So it'll go to those people who, although some of it won't, illegal dumping, that'll be a general rate. And the refuse and recycling would be targeted rates.
So I noticed that there's illegal dumping has increased dramatically threefold almost, and that's because you're expecting more illegal dumping because extra costs?
The largest increase is the cars, is the vehicles.
I think it stayed the same, illegal dumping.
It has increased.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yep.
It's the same in here, but it has increased over what you've experienced in the last few years. We have seen large increases in the amount of vehicles being dumped.
There's no further questions on that. We'll move to M. So Mr. Mayor, you have to read M and N. Attachment M just sets out the zero baseline and what is proposed. And in attachment N, it talks about really what we want to get on and do. Conversation for elected members to have the items. So maybe for maybe for the sake of time, if we go to attachment N.
So M for Mary or M for Nat?
M for Nelly.
M for Naughty.
You'll see there the programs on the left-hand side coming through to the LTP. But then on the right-hand side, you'll see programs of work that are not coming through to the LTP. And again, focus is on, we're in a constrained position, so we have to make a decision. And you made some good calls this morning around the other appendices. So some of the discussion is required here today. So focusing on, I guess, what's out at the moment. We've got the investment. I think the surf club access to the beach, Wood Street, Pagan Place, that's the moving the playground, and the Mangawhai Surf Club slip repairs. Be clear, those are not included.
So we would potentially include the Fagan Place playground because it's part of the Wood Street. We're bringing Wood Street back in.
Wood Street.
Yeah. Councillor Aaron.
Thank you. Just in regards to the Flint's Gully toilet replacement. And I might have my wires crossed, it's been a long morning, but what, is that one of the, is that where we had a campground? And my equipment?
So?
I can't remember what was it.
So the toilet, there's a toilet block and we've got our little plant next to it.
Yeah.
For a campground, back, do we need a toilet?
Oh, right.
Yeah, okay, well, it's out at the moment.
That.
It's out, but what if people start camping in again?
We'll bring it back into the annual plan.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would have thought that the land drainage stuff will be dealt with through the targeted rate for each of those drainage districts, so that should be on the right side of the page as well, shouldn't it?
It is.
It's not discretionary though. It will be done and it is all funded through the targeted rate.
Yeah, sorry, it's a targeted rate. That's what's on the left hand side.
That's why it's on the left hand side because it is funded through that targeted rate.
Everything on the left-hand side is in except for these 6 items at the bottom. Okay.
Oh, okay, I hadn't got it read it that way.
So, if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Right, a couple of questions here. Let's go to lines 22, 23.
Transfer station?
Yeah, transfer station. Why? As I understand it, the situation is that the current owner wants us off the land. Is that right?
Our lease comes up for
Our lease comes up. And
we can't renew it.
we can't renew it.
That's what he's indicated to us.
So what's the potential of a contract with the supplier at the moment for them to provide the whole facility?
So we could look at potentially procurement by various suppliers out there.
Yeah.
It's an alternative. You're talking about a third provider.
Yep.
In terms of item one, councillor Howard, it's one of the items on the risk register, landfills.
Yeah.
So we are putting aside some money.
I understand, no issues with that. 21's okay. It's 22, 23. It's a lot of money, and I understood that some money was set aside to refurb the existing section, if indeed it needs any work done.
We will have to do a make good obligation.
Yep.
That entails would be, the details will come later.
But we are definitely out of the existing Hakaru transfer station.
As of
land,
when?
as it's.
As a lease situation, is my understanding, and goes.
When does that finish?
2026.
Right. To the chair, councillor.
I'd love to, explore, procurement, other options with supply. And I mean, we have talked, one of the last LTP meeting about the potential of something in the vicinity of Brown Road. I don't know whether that's still possible, but at least that's our land.
So the rationale for that is to get it off our balance sheet, or that you don't want to be involved in waste? So I'm trying to understand, apart from the fact that it costs us, but is it because you don't want council to be involved in the waste?
No, I think it's more about the land purchase when we've already got land nearby that we could potentially use. So we could take those costs out for land.
Yep.
But if we could also add to it by having a supplier, we have to lease whatever facility, but that's our cost. We're limited, so we are essentially taken out of it. I would really think that that's where we're at the moment with that landfill. The other one is Pine Beach. Well, there's actually several, but Pine Beach ablution blocks replacement. Now, is this the potential to lease out to as motor camp and have that done by a new owner?
Yeah, Halion. Pine Beach School.
Ablution block, not the day visitor toilet.
Would the ablution block run vendors? Can you repeat the question, sorry?
Pine Beach ablution blocks replacement. Why we talked last couple of weeks about leasing out camping grounds and getting out of those. So why would we not look to lease it out and have the new leasee?
Well, we need to go through a process first where we need to go to the Tāheroa Domain Governance Committee and get their recommendation to bring to council. We can make decisions and remove that cost, but at the moment their campground is operated and run by KDC. And so we need to provision to make that campground meet all of its requirements.
We're happy for it to be removed. That's been argued rigorously that it has enough toilet facilities and doesn't need any further toilets unless they're going to be eco-friendly, which was signalled to the committee that option would be looked into, and then it was, oh no, it's going to cost too much, so we're just going to go with the traditional toilet. So happy for that line item to be overridden by the.
Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, it sounds like we've got a path to go down with that, but yeah, I suppose there is a conversation around, do you continue to increase capacity or do you just meet the current capacity, not keep any more capacity in?
Yeah.
I just want to ask a couple of quick questions here, and the first one is.
Can I just see Maris wants to.
Sorry, councillor Larson, do you mind if I just cover off this point?
Yeah, go for it.
Block, yeah, we move on. So my understanding is we're not compliant at all, running the campground with.
Based on the.
We're currently not.
In each night, so you can reduce the capacity.
Just put your hand up.
My understanding is we're not compliant, and that's why there's a need.
Based on the number.
Through the chair, please. Carry on, City Maris.
My understanding is we're not currently compliant with, yes, I get what you're saying, councillor. And so if they're not currently compliant, that may impact a future lease option, because you will then be asking a new operator, whoever that may be, to make them compliant themselves as part of that package. Or change the number.
Just wait your turn, please.
But that's.
Don't interfere while the CEO is talking. Put your hand up and I'll ask you the question for your opportunity to ask a question. Carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that's the issue, right? So the current campers and the current numbers, we're not compliant. If we decide, so if the council decides in the future to lease out, as per the campground strategy, then it may impinge the new operator coming in as well. So you just need to be aware of that fact. Thank you.
Okay. Did you want a say? Yeah.
Oh, I was just, so it's also based on the numbers, so there's another option, it's just to reduce the camping around that site and rejig the camping numbers to make it compliant with the current toilet stock. That's all, thank you.
It's worth considering. What have you got?
Excuse me,
Councillor.
thank you very much, Your Worship.
Carry on, Councillor Larson.
The item number 17, the Koparu domain improvements. I understood that significant funding had been attracted at the IA. I just want to clarify what this is specifically about. Would we have some clarity around that?
We'll have to come back to you, councillor.
Come back to us on that one? Okay, thank you. And number 9.
There is no external funding. There is no external funding.
No, so through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the TK community have got a significant, the community, not through council, 100%, but the community has received some significant funding. They've got some plans in place, and our community guys are working with them. We'll come back to you on what this actual funding is for.
Yeah, that'd be good. So if there's funding and we don't need it, why would we operate independently and just say, well, we're funding something else independent of their comprehensive plan? And number 19, could you explain that to me, please?
So this is at a request of a member of the public to onto the reserve. And we've had feedback from a councillor to say that that could be removed. So we're open to having it removed.
Okay, I just, as a way of background, I've been kept track with those very people, well, not this, obviously, this 3 persons, but with the residents down there. We had problems with people driving all the way in there and in that nice pristine area right by there where you've got a 10-metre carry, if you want to take a kayak in there or something, and that's why bollards were put. Kind of seems unusual that we would even be contemplating that, and that it's got this far that we've budgeted it.
I would take that out.
And then at 25 with the transfer station upgrade, as I understand it, that's right on the very corner of the Moonlight Heights plan change. Is that right?
Yep. Yes.
Is that what we're talking about?
You're talking about
I'm talking about item 25, the Dargan station. That lands right on the corner of the plan change. But the applied for plan change that hasn't been approved. If that is approved, and it's probably not an ideal location for that transfer station to be beside a residential subdivision, is there a possibility that there might be a deal that could be done whereby there was a land exchange and put it in a better place that might not actually end up costing $1.5 million better location? I raise that there might be a way of actually getting a better solution for the local residents there. And as it becomes more urbanised, if that occurs, and not being to go and spend that somewhere else.
There's that reserve where the park's going to be, up on the left-hand road that it could pass the, where there's that informal car park area where it's nice flat land where the toilet could go. Anyone help me out there?
Are you?
At Bailey's.
No, we're talking about the painting.
Oh.
I think. What Councillor Larson is suggesting, there might be opportunities to talk to the developer about getting a better site. Councillor Nair, followed by Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. I just have a question, all these attachment, and then I'll have the real question. Why we have been presented with few items excluded? You chose to do it, and I'm just wondering why we're spending time on this particular item more, which have been given the option in each attachment to include it or not include it. Why we were every item and then we could have made it anyway. Coming back to this again, there are a lot of items here. Glyn's Gully, toilet replacement, Harding Park toilet replacement, what I'm talking about, has been there for ages, and we are on the Harding Park committee. I don't know why it is taken out. We would like to get it sorted. The Glyn's Gully toilet replacement, as I said, if it's a campground there, why the public need to have some toilet? So why it is so far off? Why these items have been taken out? I don't understand.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, you've got the agenda pack, and you had it the last couple of days, so you have the option to bring anything you want back in through this conversation.
No, I understand.
Well, giving you the we're giving you the opportunity to do that, and I appreciate it's been a long day and we're 2 hours over, but we are making good progress. In terms of the items that are out, we had firm direction that, this primarily focused on recovery. And obviously, we've had direction through the various workshops in December and January when we got closer to the business end of where we are today. And that's just reflective of where we see the conversation coming to. Today is all about now the elected members, telling us, do they agree with what's in the left-hand column, and do they agree or not with what's in the right-hand column, and to give a direction in terms of what they would like to see, so we can then go away.
Thank you. Sorry, didn't want to cut you off, but all I was talking about is Harding Park toilet replacement. This is an item, and we are also having a Harding Park committee, and we are having conversation about things not being done for the last 1 year. So I would like it to be included, and at least one thing. This is the prime spot. The whole world, whosoever comes to Kaipara, go to Harding Park, to Dargaville Museum, and bloody, the toilet is not there. We need to give some priority. I mean, all I'm trying to say, I've been talking about toilet, but this is one thing you can't live without. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Vincent, followed by Councillor Lambeth.
Can we just include it? That's my direction. Thank you.
I can include that. Well, at the moment, summary for what we've been talking about, take out solid waste of 2 million, take out Kai's toilet of 1.5 million, take out Pearson Reserve of 50,000, and investigate to Koperu. Come back to you with that.
And also please put the Harding Park.
So is everyone in agreement about that?
Yeah.
Not Harding Park.
Look, we haven't discussed Harding Park through, but look, I'll go to my speakers, councillor Vincent, followed by councillor Lambert. We'll get back to some shape here, followed by councillor Howard. Councillor Vincent, please, like you had.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As far back to the Pine Beach toilets, I might have my wires crossed a bit here, but I am involved on the Tauranga Domain Governance Committee, and my recollection, I'm just reading the resolution here, I even moved it, that the Tauranga Domain Governance Committee recommends to Council the following. A, approves the plan to address the undersupply of public toilet and shower facilities at Pine Beach by investing in sufficient toilet and shower facilities to achieve compliance with the camping ground regulations as soon as possible, and B, directs that the toilet and shower facilities for the campground should be delivered as 2 ablution blocks. So that was what the recommendation was from the committee, rather than it being the council decision. Okay.
Okay, I've still got councillor Lambert, councillor Wilson, councillor Howard, councillor Wilson, councillor Larson, councillor Lambert.
Yeah, we've got just a few little things. So in 3 weeks' time, we're having a Harding Park committee. I suggest that you put the proposal to us and we make an assessment of the Harding Park toilets up there, if that's not too long, and we can come back with something for that. I still haven't got a complete analysis of what premises are up there who have actual toilet facilities as well. And yeah, and we can investigate that more to take it away from today.
So do I leave it in at the moment or take it out? I need direction today. I can't wait. Take it out.
There's already toilets up there.
Yeah.
You're looking at essential items.
Well,
need to keep with that.
Yeah, so my suggestion is at our next committee meeting up there, which is in 3 weeks' time, we'll assess the toilet facilities up there and make a rational to back up your decision.
You could put a recommendation.
Yes,
to
yeah,
consultation. Okay.
But my 2 questions relate to the Mangawhai Surf Club slippery pier and the lookout. I didn't think that hill was safe to go up there. So are we going to be looking at replacing that lookout? I thought it was.
Look, the other one behind the golf.
Lookouts behind the golf.
Oh, thank you. Well, that solves that. And the slippery pier, yeah.
Well, I'll comment on that.
Mangawhai Surf Club slippery pier, yeah.
I'll comment on that when
Okay, so next on my list was councillor Larson, I think.
Was it?
Sounds great. I'll take that.
Yeah, so that's saying slippery here.
Is there a?
Hungry?
That'd be great. Awesome. Thank you very much for that.
It'd be great.
I think there's just a couple of things here in relation to this, and I think for the Glinks Gully, we've got some bit of uncertainty around what's happening there. It's in 2027. Is there any appetite for leaving the Glinks Gully in and then seeing what happens?
Well, I think we're better off to leave it out.
Leave it out?
I
Okay.
think we're better to leave it out because we can always bring it back in on our
Okay.
plan.
Yeah, okay.
Bring it in and nothing happens to that campground.
Yeah, okay. And then the same thing, I think, with what Mark's just been alluding to with Pine Beach, like it's a bit tricky if we are non-compliant and when we go and if we do go through a process of looking at an operator and they go, well, the numbers don't stack up because I can't actually have enough people there to make it worthwhile. Yeah. And we've got it in there at a little bit at 26, I suppose that might be some design and consenting or something, and then in 27. We've got a little bit of time. I just wonder whether we leave it in there for now, and if we want to take it out in the annual plan next time around, well, then we can deal with it. Oh, in the meantime, a bit further where we're heading with it. How does that sound? Yeah, all right.
Make the numbers right.
Yep.
Anything more, councillor Larson?
Well, just the last thing I was going to mention there is, with the surf club and the slip repair and chatsies stuff, you need some sort of a contingency there for some planning of what we're actually going to do with the site, or have we got enough in existing budgets to manage that? I guess that's probably more a question for the general manager and the chief executive. Would it be useful to have any provision there for
planning,
design and planning and stuff? Because we do have to we need to do something with the site. We can't just leave it as it is.
Yeah.
200,000.
We could leave 200,000 there for concept. I'd probably err on the side of 150, put it in concept design. We are looking at an integrated solution, which looking to bring back to council in April.
Okay,
Cool.
that might be a good.
Agree with that.
People happy with
That makes quite a change. So can I go, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Thank you. So, and I think that I'm going to endorse councillor Larson's point, on the Pine Beach. I think that if the option is, we've got to have it in proper operating condition compliant, if we're going to have any chance to talk to anybody about the business opportunity of leasing. So there is a commitment there, and I just wasn't sure whether the same was going to happen with Glegs Gully. The one other question I've got is line item 13, Gum Diggers Track Establishment. I just asked the question because I'm not sure whether it's on or nearby or adjoining the Mangai Central land. But if it is, have there been any reserve contributions that have been paid by Mangai Central that could be used for that?
There is a section of the Gum Diggers Track that Mangawhai Central are responsible for repairing, and then there is a section that KBC is responsible for redoing. So there hasn't been a reserve contribution as such, but they are responsible for one section of that track.
Okay, so, well, the 300,000 that you've got allocated, is that just for our?
So it's actually financial contributions we've got.
Yes, we have.
So we put the funding on, when you get to my attachment.
Oh, very sorry, Sue, that.
contributions.
Yeah.
You have your hand up, councillor Larson.
I did, I was just covering my mouth.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
I just had a query on the Tunapai Wharf renewal, number 10, 300K in 2025. Would it be possible to see if there is any NRC funding available for that work? If it's a wharf renewal and it's
In the boat ramps in the water.
it's worth a shot. No external funding.
Yeah.
And my other point was, I'm also on the committee, Taharoa Domain Committee, and the Pine Beach ablution block. When we made that recommendation to council about the ablution block, I don't know that we had, can't remember if there was the information there on the actual cost, but I remember saying 1.7 million, you can build a house for that. So I wanted to look at revised efficiencies for that. Otherwise, with what Councillor Paniora says, is perhaps, you look at decreasing the capacity, but then I know we've got the issue with if we're going to then lease it out. So I just think 1.7 is totally ridiculous.
Insane, yeah.
Through the chair.
We used to have long drops there when I was young.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what was that.
Please, Hayley, go first and I'll.
Yeah, sorry, just through the chair. So the numbers were provided by Mark Rose through his report at the committee, which I can share those with you again. However, a lot of the cost is to do with the waste disposal system that needs to connect to those toilets. So we need to be able to manage the waste that goes in there, and we need to be able to hold it and dispose of it. So a lot of that cost comes from there.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, I've had the opportunity to go and see what other service providers can do through our district and up north. And I think there's an opportunity here to maybe look at if it is to proceed a design and build option, because there's some innovative solutions out there. So there would be an opportunity to
So reducing the cost.
Yeah, could possibly be,
Yeah.
I think there was some funding approved for this block.
No, it was the day toilet block. No, it was the day toilets that we got the funding for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Further questions?
leaving, just for clarity, leaving Pine Beach in.
Yes, looking at cost.
Reduce it to million rather than 1.5.
Very good.
The Harding Park one over it.
Look, we're at the end of my paper, so
That's very quick.
I just want to thank Mr. Mayor, councillors. I know it's been a bit of a marathon, but I think we've got good clarity and good direction, which will allow us to then feed this all back into the financial model that Andrew's working on. And Sue will pick up a little bit more on the financials and next.
Thank you, Alan and Sue. So we'll break for lunch, half an hour.
Now,
Sue wanted to get going.
10 to 2, councillor Vincent.
I'm happy to keep going.
Right, so the next one is significant forecasting assumptions. And you can remember that back in March, Mark brought the Infometrics populations and household projections through to council. And then in July, we discussed the climate risk and resilience. And today, it's basically bringing the other forecasting assumptions that we've used to come to our figures. So there's only about 14 pages, and not that many. So primarily the asset management assumptions and some financial assumptions as well. Key ones, obviously the growth that you've previously approved, there's some inflation, and that's, yeah, everything else is in there. Fairly standard, and as Councillor Ash has said before, that they do change from time to time, but these are what we're basing them on, basing our LTP on.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I've got a question, relating to development contributions. And that is because the development are formulaic, we have to calculate them. And we have a very robust set of financial papers now. Why can we not have a running total on our development contributions there? We've got assumptions on growth, we've got costs of required infrastructure projects. Why do we not have our our draft development contributions in a column in our Excel spreadsheet that recalculates things?
Because we're not that sophisticated at the moment, and also the capital projects are changing all the time. So, and I've only just got, like, the list was only, I think Anna only finished just before it went out last week. So you will get development contributions, and that'll come to the next two meetings. Now that I've got more or less a list of capital projects, but I need capital projects out for 10 years, and that's the next thing I have to talk to Armin about, is actually giving me detail out 10 years.
So, but technically, if we knew what the formula was to calculate them, and we do have the underlying assumptions and the financials, put a column in the development contributions, couldn't you? And that's your working total, is it?
It's a really complex one. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions on these, or that was about like routine? There's no further slides.
March 24.
So the next subject, we're moving on, is basically the financial figures. And the preliminary rates increase that we had at the beginning of this, with the figures that both Anne and myself had put together, was in year one being an increase of 8.3 million on the previous year's budget, and coming to 18.3%. And then the following year, 7.9%, and the following year after that, 7.5%. So this is our third briefing. So, which is really good progress, but there's still a few things to be sorted. So we.
Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, so just with regard to that, when you say 18.3%, 8.3%, over how many rateable properties is that?
It's over about 15,000 rateable properties, and some of that will be targeted rates and some of that is general rates. So the only, and I will say that Appendix E, we're not quite finished today. Christine is still calculating that. She looking into the IBIS system, but we will have that we're like to be for the council meeting next week.
Is it very bigger than the average increase across all the properties in the district means that that gives $558 a year increase, which is about, on average, $1.50 a day.
Yes.
That's all, Aaron.
15,000 ratepayers, or is it rateable units?
Rateable units.
Rateable units. Thank you.
Tell it like that.
That's, no,
Thank you, Mr. So just taking a lead from that, Councillor Larson's point. So the new valuations. So 15,000 new valuations, 70% increase in land prices in Darwin, and I think similar here. So you're looking at a figure which is much more substantial, even at existing rate pattern of 7.2. Have you calculated that? What more do you think anyway?
Yeah, so that's what I've just explained, that I haven't quite got down to that, and what I'm hoping to, what we want to be able to show you, because it all takes time. You have to get the figures first, agree the figures, and then you can calculate. But what we're going to do is say, this is what you were paid last year, this is what you would pay this year if it was the same valuations, and here's the change in the valuations. So you understand what the changes are that the council is making that has affected your rates.
So just clarifying my point, Sue, sorry, is that these figures will change drastically, and maybe we'll look at 8 or 9% if you factor in that thing.
So this,
I'm concerned about the rate increase of the ratepayers, not so much so what figure you need to get there, you know. So I think we have to factor in that valuation. And we don't know the formula, but you'll come out with a figure like that.
yes, so it will be different each time that the revaluations come out.
But this year.
But this year, but last year, different properties were affected the last time.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think Sue, what Councillor Nair is getting at is you're believing that the value of the money we receive increases, right? Because
not value of the money, the value of the property has increased, and that's a fact that has been presented to us, the land value, which is a substantial portion used in calculating annual rates. So just by putting a figure, sorry?
Sorry, I don't know if you're using the right terminology there, Councillor Mayor. It doesn't calculate the rates. We calculate the rates. It just calculates.
It's a calculator there.
Of payment.
Sorry, there is a formula to calculate annual rates, and I know a little bit of it. Sue can explain more on it. All I'm saying, if the land value increases, the rate increases, right?
Not necessarily,
Right.
but
But generally speaking, it increases.
generally speaking, no.
Okay, we'll wait for figures.
If all
Wait
the-
for figures. That's my case. We'll wait for the 50,000.
Thank you.
I'd like to see what is the increase in our total rate collection from 44 million to 56 or whatever before I.
How much rates we collect.
doesn't, Councillor Aaron, you had a question?
No, I was just trying to clarify, what Councillor Mayor does not seem to grasp.
So Lambeth?
Just to clarify, if you get a 50% increase in your land value of your property, it does not indicate a 50% rise in your rates. If your land value rises more than your neighbours, then you will, or your neighbouring comparable to other properties in the district, then your rate will rise. If it doesn't rise as much as the average, your rates will drop. Am I correct there?
That's correct.
Excellent, thank you.
So there's lots of issues there, and that's one of them that we have this year, which, is unfortunate. The same year we do our LDP, is that we have QV valuations.
Councillor Howard, did you have a question?
No, I was going,
Okay, it's all done.
Councillor Lambert helped me.
Are you all right?
Just very quickly so I can get an understanding. So based on these figures and by my calculations, are we going to be paying 33.7% more rates in 2026 than we do right today?
Yes.
So are we saying cumulatively it's going 18.3, then on top of that 7.9, then on top of that 7.5?
Yes, so looking at, you can actually see it. Yes, so you can actually see page 3 of my report, where the rates are going from 45 million or 45.8 million this year through to 2027, where there'll be 62.8 million. So that's what we're looking at. So based on the projects and the costs you saw this morning, that's what's driving.
That's really good.
And look at what we've chopped out.
Okay, so you know, we were thrown a real curveball in December by having to take back Three Waters. So all our plans sort of turned to custard because that actually impacts quite a lot on our capital program, our debt, and obviously our rates as well. We had originally thought we would start with no debt, and now we're looking at, if we finished most of our projects, we would have $53 million of debt, of which 90% of that is Three Waters. So that's our starting point. So all the other capital expenditure that we've had is going to add on top of that. So higher debt. So with Three Waters, it means that we're going to have higher debt, and we also have to start paying down the debt because we've had a constant level of debt for the last 4 years. External debt, we've only had 44 million because we've been funding it internally, but we haven't been repaying the debt over the last 3 years, and the interest rates is higher, so there's going to be a lot more higher. So it has a huge impact on us. So at the bottom of page 2, I talk about employee costs that we've actually taken out $1 million, but then we've had to add the 13 staff that we had for Three Waters. We've actually added those back. And thereafter, we've put some increases for salaries there. And we've said that that's obviously, the council will want to look at that when they look at the organisation review. Roading costs we've talked about. And so the key drivers of the rates in the first year is basically on page 3. I think I've got it here too, so you can see.
That summary.
Drivers for this year is roading costs, operation renewals. When you look at that 4.4 million, there's really only about 1.5 million of that that's an increase in that's over and above the costs of inflation. So 3 million of that is actually getting the same jobs that we're getting now. So there's only a small increase there. But the overall roading is costing us the most. Yeah. And that's our share, obviously, which is the 38%. Employment costs, they've actually will have gone down because of the $1 million that we took out for this year. And then Three Waters, the additional expenditure, we've really stripped back on Three Waters on what we're doing operationally. It's a lot different program to what, as you saw this morning, to what we had progressed with Entity A. And then we've got additional costs of open spaces, and a lot of that's in clearing, because of additional properties we've got, maintenance, and just doing the maintenance because we've got growth as well. There's additional expenditure in district leadership, and I do have for open spaces, district leadership, and the next 3, I think I've got an attachment that shows that, shows details of the makeup of that. On waste management, there's extra operational expenditure, generally related to either additional consent fees or consultants that would be helping us to look at what we're trying to progress with either a new contract or the new mode of weight of rubbish that we're proposing for 2027. And then you can see, obviously, we've been building a lot of these new assets over the last few years. So the funded depreciation of the Three Waters assets, that's an increase of 674. There's also, we did talk about it in the last briefing, and we said we wouldn't fund non-Three Water assets. So in that case, we were looking at parks, facility, buildings that we own. That's the type of item that we wouldn't be funding. So up to 50%.
Yeah, I was going to say.
50%. So that's one of our assumptions. But everything else is funded. Obviously, roading we pay for as we go. And then there's the new targeted rates, there's additional principal repayments on all the new debt that we're taking out as well. And on our past, the new debt stuff that's been finished in this last year. And new targeted rates for the Mangawhai Museum and Dargaville Sportswear that we're proposing. And then there's also the impact of recharging of project managers to capital projects, and that we've got less, it's showing a difference on them, but it's actually, we've got less project managers that we're charging, less project managers employed that we're charging to capital projects.
Sorry, can you just explain that one a little bit further, please, Sue, or you?
So, as a comparison, we probably, I think we're only charging about $350,000, I think it might be this year, to capital projects for
our project
managers, whereas last year it would have been something like 800. So there's because we had more project managers in-house, now what's happening is we're paying consultants, project managers. So the cost is going direct to the
right part.
Project. Yes, the project. Yeah. So if you want to, I don't know if you've got any questions, so before we go too far, attachment A, which talks about the savings. That we've made, which shows that since the last time, these are the savings that we've taken out. And also attachment B, which talks about the drivers of the cost. So where I've got costs there for district leadership or waste or regulatory, you've got the major increases actually detailed on attachment. If there's any questions on attachment A or B, I'll take those now.
Okay.
As you see through the items you want to take out.
Well, that's all changed on page 116, attachment A. A lot of that's changed today, hasn't it?
Those have been the changes. Yeah, attachment A, it's the changes that I've made to get down to the 8.4, because remember we started much higher, like 28 to 30% increase. So we've taken a lot out. But attachment B shows you still what's in.
Yeah, but excuse me, Mr. Mayor, my point was is that there's been changes made today.
Yes, but they will add to the increase in rates.
Yep.
Okay.
Although not significantly, if we can find these other funding streams.
There was ins and outs, and you can see that back on page 3 and 4 where we talk about the profit and loss, that obviously our finance costs are going up quite steadily over the next years. Capital projects, I think we've gone over now, apart from I think district leadership. That's probably the only thing that we haven't looked at.
What was that? What?
Yeah, I'm just saying attachment. Attachment D is where we've got district leadership.
I'm right with you. Carry on.
Yeah, so.
Well, can we, may we just talk a little bit more about attachment C first?
Yeah, okay.
Please.
So before, this is the best guess at the moment of 17 million projects that are to be carried forward. But if you, and I think one of your questions was, to me, was about how we're going with to date. And in actual fact, we are very low. So we have, to date, to the end of January, there's 1.9 million still to spend for district leadership, means we've only spent 10% on, but it's a smaller amount. 5.5 million we've got left to spend on flood protection, so we've only used 12%. Open spaces is another 7.6 million still to spend, and there's 10%. Stormwater, there's 3.6 million still to expense this year, 7%. Transportation, 37 million. We've only spent 20% of our budget. So there's 37 million still to spend. The other big ones, there's 5.2 million still to spend on wastewater projects, which is 27% of our budget. 3 million in water supply, which is 20%. So overall, our overall budget is nearly 78 million, of which we've completed 13.5 million to date, and there's 64 million spending.
Yeah.
So we've gone back to infrastructure and roading and asked what is being carried forward. And so of the 64 million, I've been told that there's 17 million that they want to carry forward to next year.
How much? 17?
17.
17, so that's
That means they have to complete 37 million in the next 5 months.
Councillor Nair, followed by Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But I'm reiterating my point over and over again. So we are sitting on this kind of whatever figure, 17 million we are carrying forward to next year. And I'm wondering how come the first year we are having a higher rate increase if we don't need the money. We are sitting on unspent money in one hand, and another we are asking for more money first year from the rate figures at 18%. I don't see the logic.
So you are correct in that we have gathered money for some of the roading projects, not so much the debt projects we won't have taken up if we haven't done the projects, but definitely the roading projects, we'll have collected payments for that. And it's whether, look, infrastructure says it's doable, the 17 million. They say that they can do the 17 million plus the, if you look at Appendix D on the back, that's 41 million. And then you've just added 4.3 million today in projects, which is the roading. So you're talking about 46 million there plus the 17. So
somebody can be with me or everybody is dumbfounded, because the one thing I keep saying all the time, it is just like you have money in your pocket and you also see, I would not say inefficiency, but victim of circumstances of Gabriel, COVID or whatever, and that money is losing value. The project you're not doing going 50% more in increase. So why don't we just focus on the thing, which is resilience, spend that money and then put the taxpayer to the task when we need it. There's no point collecting money and sitting over it. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
To answer the question, the 18.3 is a combination of OPEX and CAPEX. And you would have seen there's an uplift in OPEX due to that inflation. There's also a significant phase 3 recovery that's been built into here as well. I appreciate that the carryover is significant, but you know, for some of the projects we did highlight, like the shared path that's committed, you can see diggers out there. And so that's just a continuation of the program. And similarly with majority of the other works, we brought a paper to last council to say we want procurement approval. And that procurement approval was approved by council in December. So a lot of these projects are now in flight. At one stage we were down to one project manager. So, you know, we've now built up our capability back to 3. So we now got, you know, some horsepower in the team to start to develop and deliver the non-roading infrastructure projects. And roading, apart from the shared path, have let substantial amount of contracts of significant value in December and January. So they've said to me that they are 100% certain, apart from any event that may occur, that they'll spend the balance of their funds other than 5 million.
Well, all I'm trying to say, it can be carried forward out of LTP because you still have 1 million for Fagan Place, for goodness. I think this has to be updated and look at what we're gonna do in the first year and that we should have and then 2 years and 3 years.
So you're talking about pension housing?
We went through this morning.
So through you, Mr Mayor, if I could, so we're going to be a bit careful, right? Because the projects we're doing with the carry forwards are part of the this year's annual plan, right? And so this is a community expectation, a contract, if you will, with our community, saying what we would want to deliver in this year. There are carry forwards as a result of that, and that's what the team are explaining at the moment. I suppose from a priority perspective, we've rated for these projects and we've told the community we're doing these projects. We still need to continue with projects, right? So that's the first priority point. And then you look at the projects in the next 3 years, which is what you did this morning.
Yeah.
That's why.
And just through you, projects are either in construction or ended. Yeah, we've got so that bucket of money is committed to the ongoing work that's being left. Yeah.
What you could do is that at the end of, you could look to see how things are going by the end of April, April, or even March.
Yeah.
And then you might have gone out to consultation with the community, but you could alter your final LTP. If it looked like you were going to, not going to finish this year's, but committed to it, and you thought that you should be pushing out next year's.
Thank you.
Okay. So that's a key point that the executive team have talked about because we've repeated the same, we had the same progress every year for the last 3 years. And you're right, you're quite right, we are collecting funds.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next is probably the debt. And based on the current trajectory of what we have in, and we're going to add some more in, but I'll obviously look at funding, but I think some of the Lawrence, Keynes and Devitt will increase there, but then we'll take out the 2 million for the transfer, that's on page 5. But you're actually looking at your debt is going to go up to 69 million based on what our discussions. So we've taken out the Mangawhai Civic Building. We do need some new building there, but we can look at leasehold. Something we'll investigate. We've been fairly transparent about how the debt, what's building up the debt. And calculations for today, but I will have council meetings. Is for reducing.
If I may, please, Mr Mayor, thank you. So just that, your last comment, just for absolute clarity on the new council building, I'll make it that clear, you say we've taken out some figures for that, but we're still planning on getting some design?
We haven't got any design in there. Have we? I have actually.
Design and.
I think we might have 100,000 in there in the year beforehand. I'm not sure. Andrew, can you? Take it out.
So it's like down to 900.
So there's this.
So on page 5, and previously I had in the papers that we were providing for a new Mangawhai Civic building.
Yep.
We had talked about it being up on the Mangawhai Community Park. And we've removed that because it was funded by debt. We've said we'll look at it to see if we can get leasehold, as an alternative, because we do need the space. We're crowded there and we'll be pushing you guys out here soon.
Yeah.
So we do.
So the point is,
have we got enough there for design?
Yeah, well, I mean, to get something happening, I mean, you guys are going to be working in the street. I mean, there's all sorts of urgencies that we have as a council. One of them is a decent facility, a proper facility for staff for the operation of council over here.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, I mean, I understood we were going ahead and even looking at design and build concept.
I don't think the money's in there. This is the fish. So a lease, I think, comes up in 2 years' time.
Yeah.
Yeah, or 3 years.
But in the meantime, you could well be out of space, you know, I mean, and okay, nothing will get built in that time. So there are contingencies on additional lease and things like that. My point is that if we, you know, we're going to be planning properly, on all projections, we're going to be needing something for staff for the council, certainly in 3 years.
We can add 100,000 in for that.
That's all right.
Yeah, but just, I mean, I wasn't sure, are we talking the council building, a new council building in spite of this?
That's right.
And, you know, the experience we had in Dagaville, leasing a building, which is, we are paying substantially. Can you give us some clarity in terms of how many people are operating from that building? And how many people are operating from this building? And why we are paying 1% of the rate?
Stick to relevant so we can get through the meeting.
Can you please keep quiet?
Mr. Mayor? No, I can't. Thank you very much. I'm asking the chair of the meeting if we could stick to relevance because that's.
It is very relevant.
Most
Well, TP.
councillor
I'm
May.
trying to say 1% councillor
It's a
and,
question for outside this briefing.
yeah, anyway, you can ask.
Any relevant
Once I'm finished,
questions to the topic?
when I'm finished, then you please open.
I think to answer your question,
Then let me ask a question.
answer your question is the numbers in each building and
Yeah.
what we're planning for the future. So that's what we're talking about here anyways. But
So there is far more people in this building here because a lot of the projects are over this area. This is where the growth is in Mangaroka and Kaiwaka. So we have engineers, more.
But we'd like to know some numbers and figures, you know.
Okay, you've had this
Thank you.
point, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Because otherwise we're really.
It's till 6 o'clock tonight, I know.
Come on. Go, blow on.
I don't think there was any other questions I got apart from councillor Howard on the financials. And I think I answered
I think you've answered all of those.
questions.
Thank you
Very much.
Good presentation.
Sorry about the questions.
Is there any more questions that, any other areas that people want to?
If you have any questions that are pressing and you want to ask them, you can email them as well. So I know you want direction, but I don't seem to see any further direction. The question we were asking, you were asking, if I think is really pertinent, has anyone got any ideas on how we can reduce the rates?
Yeah, well, I do. That's what I'm trying to say, that next briefing, please give us those numbers on what is the actual impact of those capital value increases on the rates collection.
We'll be doing that hopefully for next.
That'll be awesome. Thank you.
So obviously we've had quite a busy day so far, and you've given us quite a bit of direction. There's ins and outs and the overs and unders and all that sort of stuff. But we have that direction now. I'm not getting any more direction from you at this stage. So I think we're done in that space. I would, whilst emails are great, this is the rubber that's hitting the road for us. We can't just get an email from somebody and then you expect that to be done. It's not going to happen that way, if I'm honest. We've taken the direction that you've given us today and we're going to incorporate that in our numbers and bring that back.
And I know it's a long day, but this is one day that's really important. So stick out. Come on, let's keep going. Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And even more.
I think we do. We get somebody to do it for us.
I might know someone.
Yeah, to you.
We on to the last item.
Gee.
Got questions for long-term plan?
Yes.
Have we Ruby here? Yes, she is, Ruby Tuesday.
No.
This is,
And Christine, welcome Christine. Take your seats, please.
For the, I had your say, right? Thank you.
The consultation.
You guys count that.
You as well.
oh yes, we understand.
Kia ora koutou. Good afternoon, everybody. We're here today to report and update you on the latest revision of the long-term plan consultation questions. And I've also got Christine Thomas here. She's going to talk about the last part of the questions, which are more around targeted rates. So she's got the technical information on that. The plan for today, I thought that I could just quickly talk through the skeleton or outline of the consultation document. So the table of contents were attached. And then we can go through each of the questions individually. There was also some other suggestions for topics for consultation from elected members, and we can talk through those at the end if they're not already addressed through the item. So there's just a couple of things to reiterate about the consultation document. It's a platform for public engagement and participation in the decision.
Be plenty this.
Should present the key issues for consultation. So those where there is a choice. Needs to discuss other significant matters. So things that are important, but where there is no choice. And then it also provides readers with references or a signpost to find the further relevant information. So you can see in the draft table of contents that's attached to the report that through the consultation document, we're going to be providing information on issues and key items for the next 3 years, the focus for infrastructure and the council's direction. That also includes projects that are of high community interest or where the costs would be significant or where it would have an impact on level of service. There's going to be information on the consultation document on roading, on our roading recovery plan, and the issues and challenges of delivering Three Waters services in the next 3 years. So based on council direction and the previous items, the consultation document will also include information on what our projected debt levels will look like, how we're planning to pay for services and impacts on sample properties and the rates. So back to the questions. There is a set of specific drafted questions at the moment in the document. These questions are where we require direction or input from the community, where there's a choice, where there are a number of practical options. If a matter, project or topic is not included as a specific question, that doesn't mean it won't be included in the consultation document. So there's a number of items and key matters that will be provided for information in the document. For example, what the plan is for roading. And the community can comment on anything in the consultation document. That's really important. So we'll just go through the questions one at a time. The first one is on the Moir Street land. So a couple of years ago, council agreed to purchase the 5.8 hectare block. We went through engagement with that and we asked if people supported the plan to purchase it. We didn't ask what people wanted to see on it other than it was going to be used for sporting and recreational facilities. So that's the question that we're asking the community today in this document. It's a starting point and it's the beginning of the process, and then the infrastructure team have then planned for concept design through to detailed design in this 3-year period. Are there any questions on that?
Sorry, not a question, just providing some feedback. I like how you've set out some options for the consultation document and then left an open-ended question at the end. But I don't see that in the Moir Street one.
No, so what we, so this is a free comment, started out as a free comment one. What we are going to do is provide some information around, we received unsolicited feedback through the last engagement. We didn't actually ask people what they wanted, but they did tell us, they did give us some feedback. So we're going to add a paragraph in there around some of the suggestions that we've already received. But if we could also have some tick boxes around what there is available as well. Yeah. Is that what you mean?
Similar to the other one.
Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wondered how you wanted to handle this because I have comment on a number of these different ones here. Do you want to wrap that up at the end for efficiency, or do you want us to go in on every item?
Well, really asked for every item, so let's do it.
Okay. Yeah, I will. Speaking. Yeah. My feedback on topic one.
Topic one, yeah.
Is that we have a reasonably, I think we have history with it in some respects, but this land acquisition was really critical for Mangawhai, and we were able to negotiate this with the goodwill of the vendor, and it was very clear in that arrangement that it was intended to be a recreational reserve. I note at the bottom of this, you've got a note that says about putting the Mangawhai Community Hub there, and I don't agree with that narrative. So that's my first point. My second point is, I think we need to start some placemaking around this because there's nothing there to tell people about it. So I think we should get on with it before we go out with our consultation and just get up a standard 1.2 by 2.4 metre sign that says something like Ivan Ehrlich Park, a Kaipara District Council sports recreation or something like that. So people go, oh, and if you have that sign somewhere there where you're coming out of the domain, a lot of people will see it. They'll start talking about it and they'll start formulating ideas of what they want. Be a really good, cheap bang for your buck thing to put up there. Just two uprights and a sign. And I'd like to see the topic changed to Ivan Ehrlich Park, what's next, and what kind of sport and recreational facilities do you want to see developed on Ivan Ehrlich Park? That's my feedback on that one. Thank you, Your Worship.
Anyone else got feedback on item one? Councillor Howard?
I totally agree with those points, and I think that when it comes to your checkpoints or whatever you do, I think that we have to be really, really open in that. When I understand that there was a briefing given to somebody and there was some designs done, drawings done of what the park could look like. And it had a specific area of sports grounds. Oh, no, it didn't. It had hockey fields, and then it had not hard surface areas. It had netball courts. It had library. It had a BMX track. All of these things came from a briefing. So, we're leading where things may not go, This is presumably and potentially going to be a multi-sport, multi-personnel facility, and it might have full-size fields, it might have small fields. So I think that we've got to be as open as we can with the checkpoints and going through. And the point that I have made, and it's relative to the community hub. Yeah, first the point is we're not going to put any community hub, as the council will put any community hub on land that we don't own. So that's one. But two, I understood, and it may have been covered by Sue, I can't remember, that, down here, you can't operate civil defence if that goes from a community hub. You can't operate it because it's in the tsunami area. So it'd be crazy to even contemplate putting community hub down there.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, your feedback?
Can we just,
Not Wilson.
yeah, sorry, Tim, we just need to probably.
We just go back to councillor Larson.
Yeah, okay, respond. Yep.
Sorry, so there was a couple of things, councillor Larson. So I think that the sign on the land is a fantastic idea, and we should absolutely do that to encourage engagement during the consultation as well. So I've got that noted. And then just with the naming, I haven't got any direction to name the park in the document or more broadly. So I'm seeking direction to.
No, so we will need to get a formal council decision on what you want to name the park.
Yeah, don't name the baby before it's born.
Was feedback?
Okay, so then we'll pause on that one. As far as the community hub. I'm not aware of the tsunami risk or anything. I don't know if anybody at ET can help out. The whole point about the consultation though is to try and keep the options open here from your community. And what your community thinks. That's the whole point of it. You may have your own views. Fantastic. That's not a problem. You guys are ultimately the decision makers of this. But it is actually important to hear from the community and what the community feel is the idea. So you don't want to limit them too early in the process, probably what I'd say.
So, do you mind if I just complete, because I just had my position on keeping it open is that I think that the question that you've got here is good. And I'd rather leave it completely wide open. Let the community come to us with fresh ideas rather than having them have tick boxes, because then we start drawing people into those rather than. So that's my feeling on it.
Can't you have both?
With that particular, through Mr. Mayor, Moore Street land question, that is exactly that. It is very open.
So it's open at the moment, but I did receive some direction to offer some options in this discussion just now, in the same way that we've got options for topic 2. So I'm just seeking direction on I should.
Consultation to be, sorry, just, I mean, we want our consultation to be as specific as possible, but also not limiting. So what I don't understand why we can't have both. We can't offer a couple of options and then say, or you tell us what you would like. And then if they've got ideas, they're going to obviously tell us what they want.
My feeling on it is I tend to find with public consultation, if you lead, they'll follow rather than think for themselves a little bit. So I like it open. That's my belief. Councillor Williams?
I would skip past it.
Yeah, my point on that is I think if you put tick boxes and you give council have ideas there, I think it can sometimes set a perception that those are the things that you can choose from that will be within that building. So, you really don't want to
and that we've got
predetermine anything. And I think if it's just a blank question and then we can sift through everything there, there's no perception that we're actually saying that we could provide these things in a tick box.
About the building or the park? It is predetermined.
The park and
because
so I don't think we need tick boxes there.
Facilities, so
Hang on.
it is we can't just say, oh, we want if anything, because anything can't go there. It has to specifically be.
Councillor Aaron?
Yeah, my personal opinion is if there was a tick box and I was Joe Bloggs on the street, I would give my feedback. If there wasn't a tick box, I'd go sports, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd go to the next question.
It depends if you're split-minded or not and you.
There's 2 types of people here and we need to cater to all types of people is what we're saying.
You look at the question, it says, what kinds of sports and recreational facilities do you want to see developed on the Moore Street land? Well, you don't need that followed by a tick box in my opinion. That's the last one.
Well, sorry, I guess the point that was just raised is if you weren't interested in sports, then you wouldn't do it unless there was a tick box. But I've already had people come to me who are sports-minded, keenly interested and waiting for this to come out so they can go, we want X sport accommodated. So I think it would be the same thing if it was an arts thing. The sports people might not bother.
Yes,
but
I think you're missing my.
Would.
Sorry, I think I'm missing my. Sorry, I haven't clearly stated my point. I think what I'm trying to say is that if I like because I'm personally not a sports person, but if I had ideas of what could be there, I would think about the people in my lives, maybe nieces and nephews who play sport, and go, oh yeah, that'd be great for them. That was what I was trying to say. It would increase engagement for people who might not be directly involved, but could have a voice for others that don't.
Okay, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm trying to pull the strands together. So what about just to record what people, what people in their unsolicited comments have already provided from that first round of consultation, as Ruby pointed out, and say, well, we've already had these suggestions. Does that give you any ideas, kind of thing, rather than not tick boxes, but just to get it, because sometimes people think like seeing one thing triggers another thought in their mind as to what they would like to see, rather than just a completely blank sheet of paper. That's my thought.
It's a great.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, through you, Great conversation on the first consultation document, Bishop. You can actually see how difficult it is to write this and get this right. We've had these same conversations internally as well, right? And we played with this quite a bit. And if you start listing sports and start listing recreation activities, that's a problem because there's so many, and you are going to omit some. And that's just the nature of the beast. And people are going to go, oh my gosh, there's too many. So we had internally these conversations as well, and actually came to the conclusion that having an open question was the best approach for that reason. I mean, when you think about it, you've got the domain right opposite, they've got cricket, they've got soccer, football, that sort of stuff as well. So it is about trying to.
Can I just add to that? Sorry, Jason.
Get more in-depth, thoughtful and responses by people who don't have any indication of a tick box. They go in there and they really represent what they feel maybe for their sport, might be soccer or whatever. So, yeah, I'm in support of leaving it open. The question is quite simple.
Let me add my 2 cents. I am a sports person, just badminton or whatever. But what I'm saying is, I quite like Councillor Larson's put in a little sign with, what would like it to be. And I would extend it a bit further. You have your Kaipara Facebook page as well, the KDC one. Put it there as well and get the damn thing started. Now, the only objection I have that we spend too much money on design everywhere, like million or 200,000. Can't we get something off shelf? You just Google it, you'll get 1,000 designs all over the world. I don't know why we have.
Right at the.
It's mighty as first.
Yeah. But still, I mean, where though you can save the money. End of the day.
So one last comment for me, Mr. Mayor, before I pass to Ruby, because she's gagging to say something. This is only the first step.
Yeah.
So, there's a
starting point.
You can see where we consulted with the community on buying the land to start with. We want to consult with the community on to put in the land. We've got signs and all sorts of stuff here. So it's only a lot in the process. Ruby.
We haven't planted it in the ground.
What I'm taking from this is that by including the paragraph on what other people have suggested through the previous consultation, that will help trigger some, but so that we're going to be including an infographic which will show all of the other sporting and recreational facilities in Mangawhai, and hopefully that will also give people another trigger for thinking, as provides this, what can this provide?
Yes.
What does the domain provide that we can support with this space?
With that.
Right.
That's very good.
I would prefer it just.
The question's going to say.
Different types of thinkers in this world. There's not, like, we're trying to consult the whole community, so some.
I know, but it's just a question and then you get all the answers. We don't always have to prompt. Yeah.
So I suppose through you, Mr. Mayor, what Ruby's suggesting after listening to you all is we apply just slightly more contextual information. That for those that want to read it can read it. The question will stay the same, open-ended, and people can give some feedback. I think that's a good sort of compliment.
Yeah.
And it'll be valuable feedback.
Okay, moving on.
So, Mr. Mayor, may I ask, is this the right time to have a chat about the name?
No.
I don't think so.
Okay.
A stakeholder, yes.
See, Maris said they'll have to do that through a council meeting. So I guess the same questions are going to arise with topic 2 and topic 3.
Okay.
We'll get faster, Mr. Mayor, I'm sure. You just push through.
Three, topic 2, which is Dargaville and Mangawhai community hubs. And I see a list of tick boxes, I think, well. What's you thinking, guys? Put your hands up and give me your thoughts.
Be with Mr. Mayor, we'll just let Ruby lead this one.
Through the chair, so just with the community hubs with Dargaville and Mangawhai, they're both, we've not had community hubs in Dargaville and Mangawhai before. So part of this is socialising the kinds of services and facilities and functions we could have in these community hubs. The library services are a given, but it's what else people want to see as part of that. I've worked with the project team, with Lisa Salter from the libraries and with Hayley on these options that we've got in there. And again, we've got your ideas in there. So there is some prescriptive tick boxes there, but there's also option for free text in there, which we...
Well, seeing as we're going with no tick boxes, we need to remove all of this now.
Yeah, good one. I second that.
So this one is slightly different because we're going to
So,
Can I have a little vote idea? So about having boxes, I like the fact that you have a preamble telling them what community hubs are and the sort of things they can offer.
Yeah.
And then say, like, you list all those things maybe. You say, and now we would like to hear your ideas.
Okay, so we give it the similar treatment that we've given it, okay?
I don't want any expectations on it, because these are this is kind of like, well, this is what we're going to offer you, but it's not.
No, and that was my point.
Through the chair, I guess what we're trying to start with this is some aspirational ideas about what it
Conversation.
can be. And then we can look at it and see the spaces that are available for it and what we can provide in that space.
Okay, councillor Nair, followed by councillor Larson.
What appears to me, we're putting a lot of lingo, which is even foreign to me, like repair cafe and another cafe. What's the difference in that cafe and that cafe? Keep it simple.
Yeah.
And so that people can actually relate to it rather than,
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Through the chair, those are things that are provided in other community hubs, but I totally agree. We can add more context around them and what they actually mean next.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Larson.
Thank you. I think that whilst we try to be aspirational, I think we need to be realistic as well. And spent a number of hours thrashing out everything down to the last basic service. And I mean, the library is a basic service and we're continuing with them, all good. But we may end up where we're actually realistically lucky to get a community hub built in the foreseeable future. And it might end up being a library with a couple of little annexes that you can use for other facilities. I know you're trying to be aspirational, but I kind of concur with Councillor Nair. I haven't heard of half of the stuff, and I don't know how we'd end up with a building with any more than one of these. Yeah. We're setting a community expectation really far too high with this, which is why, once again, why I'd rather keep it really broad. The community come with the ideas. Because I don't actually go as far as what the mayor's suggested of listing all this stuff in a paragraph. I think it goes too far. That's my opinion.
Councillor Aaron.
I have a completely opposing view, having spoken to a lot of people in the community about, especially the community hub in Dargaville, and having had meetings that people currently use the town hall. They want us to be aspirational because it's not going to be a council project, it's going to be a community-led project. And they're looking to the council right now to do the consultation, absolutely top-notch, get all the ideas together. So that when it comes to, someone taking over and actually trying to get something together for the community, they actually deliver something really well. And nobody is looking for a library with a couple of rooms. That would be an absolute disappointment and an absolute lost opportunity for something that Dargaville especially, I don't know about Mangawhai, but Dargaville has been waiting for years and years and years. And now it's finally in their grasp. I think it would be a disservice to the community to then do a half-assed consultation, quite honestly. The tick box here, I thought was actually a good thing because a building can only be, but it's a bit less flexible as a space. And I think these are all things that have been mentioned, especially in Dargaville. You can take it out from Mangawhai if you like, but in the Dargaville community, these are all things that have already been spoken about in the community. When people are talking about this community hub, they're waiting for it. They're keen.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good points that Councillor Aaron has raised. I think that we just look straight across the road, and this is related to Mangawhai specifically. You look straight across the road, you can't see the depth of the building, but that is what is sort of the size that's required to house staff. So I have a real concern, and much more so I want to be absolutely open. I'd rather drag it in from the community, at least for this side, because you just think about the size potential of what you could end up with up there in the park if it overflows. So there's at least 2 levels. You know, if you take parking, there's actually 3 levels if you include library and meeting rooms, et cetera, maybe a cafe, whatever. So, I just want to temper, at least for this side, the expectation of how much we've got, because we ain't going to have a gargantuan building, but it'll be the biggest building that there probably is around here. So I just have that perspective. I'm quite happy if you differentiate between Dargaville and Mangawhai. But I really would like to suggest keeping it open. No guidance for Mangawhai.
So through the chair, we are not determining the location of the Mangawhai Community Hub in this document. We're just starting at the starting point of asking the community what they want to see in it. That will hopefully guide the conversations for where it's located on council land. But it is.
So to follow on from Ruby in the space, don't forget, this is not the only consultation we're going to do, right? Susanna. So, there's opportunities for the LTP for sure, and that's the broader 3-year program. Remember where this work is in the 3-year program, the funding we haven't got, well. And don't forget, we do an annual plan, and my take on this, the team are going to hate me for saying this, but my take on the next year will be the change will be quite considerable with government and what's happening in the space. And we will probably need to do an annual plan and consult on an annual plan. Normally in Kaipara, we kind of consult on the LTP and not in between generally because we stick to the plan. My take on the next year is that we likely need to consult. So, it's a staged approach. So there are going to be opportunities in a year's time to have this exact conversation about what the next steps are as well. So with the community hubs, we've heard 2 different approaches here. Mangawhai, keep it simple, open-ended. Dargaville stick to an aspirational list. I don't really personally think it's a good idea doing a different approach for each, given it's 2 community hubs.
I don't think, I think it'd be quite reasonable to accommodate both sets of wishes in terms of how we approach it. I mean, I take note of what Austin Collins says. I mean, Dargaville's got a very strong art community, for example, and, their wants and desires might be quite different than what we've got over here. And so let's hear what they've got to say. And we could have a more open-ended one. You could have what you want over there. Why would we differentiate? Why would we not differentiate, put it that way?
But if I may, I think that there's one big difference. Taking your point, Mr. CEO, is that in Dargaville, you know where you are, right? And there's an expectation around that. We don't, as Ruby has just said, we don't know where ours is going to be. So I don't think that, well, if I had my way, there'd be one constraint. We ain't buying land that we don't have, right? And that would be all I'd say.
Yeah, so let's go with that. Does that give you direction or have more of a tick box, is it?
So I will leave them as, is that what I'm hearing? Or am I here? Yeah.
Yep.
Topic 3, climate resilience and adaptation program. So it has all the information on the background there around what we committed to under the previous long-term plan, what happened towards the end of last year where council agreed to pause the Roa Adaptive Pathways program, and also the agreement that we would consult on this. So there are 3 options there for the level of program for the consultation. Option 1 is what's drafted in the budgets at the moment, which is no dedicated work program for climate resilience or adaptation action. There's a second option, which is a level up and specifically sees council delivering adaptation services, but not mitigation services, completing the Roa Adaptive Pathways pilot, and then expanding to a larger community. And then option 3, which has a higher cost to it again, is the same as option 2, but reintroduces a climate mitigation planning work stream.
Thank you. So a question and I guess some feedback. So the question is, how are you going to frame the options? Because you've just got our options, 1, 2, and 3, and then you don't, and then you've got these, table, but then there's no follow, there's no question there. So what's the question to put to?
I guess, okay, through the chair, which option would you like council to?
So would you prefer?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the second, I guess, feedback that I would have is that, following on from the last consultation, it was the community did want, climate adaptation. And so that, in terms of, aside from the council decision, in terms of the consultation document, is the status quo. So we're actually, moving away from, that as being the preferred option under the previous consultation. So why would we not make option 3, option 1, option 2, and option 1, option 3? So why would we not have option 3 as being the first option, given that that is what came out of the last consultation, and then.
So through the chair, council has had previous discussions in previous briefings and have indicated to put 0 money against us with the idea.
So I said, so aside from what council has, the decision that council has made, because we're in the realm of like consultation with the community. The last consultation said yes. And now we're going back for consultation to go away from the status quo of what the community wanted.
So the previous consultation through the chair was for 3 options for that 3 years for the LTP 21-31, but for the first 3 years of that. So regardless of what occurred last year and the program was paused, we would have had to consult again to see what the spend is for the next 3 years and what the.
Well, I'm just saying, why is option 3 not option 1, and why? Because of course, as soon as you read, $0, you're going to go for option 1, and you're not even going to bother to read option 2 and option 3. But if you.
Through the chair, that's because the option 1 is what you've drafted or indicated for the draft budgets at the moment. So that's where council's sitting. There's no money included in the draft budgets at the moment, as indicated. And
it's be aspirational. We just literally talked about aspirations in the previous question, and now we're like, oh no, we've got to stick to documents that we've got in council briefings and decisions. Why can't we make this aspirational too and have option 3 as option 1?
Through the chair, I think the two options are not that comparable. If I want to see quite vast differences between the two. What Ruby's quite right. What she's saying is that we consulted with the public on the 3 years in the LTP. We would have had to reconsult again for the next 3 years, which is what we're doing now. This is a recovery budget, and currently we have no funding set aside for the climate adaptation and resilience program. There are options here for the community to tell us and tell you if that's what they want under option 2 and 3, and that's the whole point of the consultation.
But so is it a possibility to have option 3 as option 1, option 2 remains same, and then option 1 is option 3?
We currently don't have any budget set aside for climate resilience. So you
just literally saying that we just swap the questions around in a different order.
Then people would think that's
Fine.
I think that's
Based on.
Can I?
Councillor Larson had his hand up.
Actually asking.
Right.
Thank you very much. I think we're probably starting to go around in circles a bit with some of this, and we've got 14 minutes left. If we want to land on time, I'm happy to just give my final guidance now. I'm happy with topic 3 as it stands, and I'm happy with all the rest of the document as well, except for topic 4. I just raised the idea of, do we want to do it? Because
through the chair, can I just talk about topic 3 quickly, close that out? There's one more thing I would just say is that for this one, because we are offering options here, The Act doesn't specifically require that the council have a preferred option, only that it identify any preferred option that it may have. So I'm assuming through the previous conversations, and because there's no money budgeted in the draft budgets at the moment for these programs, so that is, option one is council's preferred option.
So if they don't go out for consultation, then it's a waste of time.
So, sorry,
But we're still we're consulting on all three options, right?
yeah.
Councillor Nair?
Thank you, Chair. Just a curiosity, I mean, I have no issue with that, issue with the figures. Are they real or just imagine 500,000 and 700,000?
They
Or just to scare them off?
not, not just to scare them off. Michael is here if you need any further clarification of that, but I've worked through that with the GM and with the climate. That's both the people.
Thank you.
Councillor Howard?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So just on that, the current LTP has 150,000 a year. So why do we not have that option put back in there?
So through the chair, that would be 450.
Yeah.
As opposed to 500. Is that what you're?
Well, you know, I think that's what the community currently has. You're looking at increasing it now. So that would be my point if you're going to have anything on figures. The other one was, I'm just wondering if some of the comments here are a little bit misleading. As I understand, you know, we're still doing all of the rural you know, through targeted rates. There's still a lot of work and learnings and all that with the floodwaters and the lights down there. So I think that council may not be able to adequately plan for increased natural hazards or cope with change because of limited staff. We're still doing those things. So there is still, you know, knowledge and things like that. I wouldn't want to go painting too much of an ultra negative picture. And as you say, we're still going to be carrying out minimum requirements by existing law. So I want to note that I just don't want to present to the community too negative a picture there. And I would suggest, you know, 150, as is currently the LTP, should be a figure that's included because, you know, community's just going to have, well, why are we increasing it straight away? That's all I got to say on that.
The last one?
I wouldn't say anything more. I just wonder whether what Councillor Howard says, maybe there should be something in the narrative in the preamble here about the mitigation and adaptation that we already do through all of our other work programs.
Yeah, so people have a little bit more.
As it is now, maybe it kind of reads like we're saying we're not going to do anything, but we're actually spending billions of dollars on.
Yep.
But if you say how much we are spending.
I think we could.
So we'll look at adding a bit more context in there. We'll talk to Mike about the amount. We do need to be realistic about it though. So, you know, we may not be eligible for some streams of external funding. I get it. We may not, but it's just, we've got to be truthful too with the community. Okay, we'll move to the next one, please, Ruben.
Yeah, so the next one is topic 4, which is around the proposed differential targeted rate for Park, Pool and Library. This has been an item for discussion with council in previous briefings that Sue has talked to, and Christine, maybe you could talk about this and what is proposed in the document as an option at the moment.
So, first of all, it's very challenging to determine which properties, if you're going to do a differential, which properties are actually going to be charged, right? So you'll see we've provided a map back there, which shows what technically I believe to be the right. You have to identify areas when you're consulting it. Customer has to be able, ratepayer has to be able to look and determine whether or not they're within a certain area. The best way to do this technically is to go by role, because the role boundaries don't change, and that's why we've got the areas that we've got. within those, we've chosen the property that have the category use code. So that is the highest and best use of residential. So in our district valuation role, the district valuation role determines what the highest and best use for a property is. And our valuers have got rules that determine whether that's the right thing to be categorised as. And we've picked out those properties from these areas. So you've got a big blob there around Paparoa, but it's not actually all of that that's going to get charged the higher rate. It's the residential properties within that area will get charged. This is the modelling that we've done. Will get charged the 60%, and every other property will get charged 40%. When we've looked at the map, we've seen, as we've discussed this, we've talked about the properties being closer to the facilities, using them more. But we've noticed that there are some outliers within that area that are residential category, but they sit quite away from the facilities. It was put to me just yesterday, we could potentially look at taking within those areas, anybody who is not industrial or commercial will pay a higher rate, and those that are industrial or commercial will pay the lower rate. I don't know if I'm making sense. Are you all keeping up? That would be an easier way to simply identify. We'd need to do some modelling. It's still going to be $200 on each property.
Councillor Larson, followed by Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Your Worship. In simple terms, if this was to happen, does it basically mean that we would then reduce our general rate requirement by $14 million?
Over the 3 years?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Councillor Paniora.
I have a couple of questions. So the first one was, I understand that you've done some anecdotal research around the users and whether they were located within, the township or outside of the township. So you did that for the library?
Yes, so through the chair, we haven't done that. We've got some proof for libraries specifically, but not.
Yeah, so that was my point, was that you've, because in the report, it says that you've had a lot in.
I spotted, yeah.
And I was like, well, I don't think that that's happened for the pools, and I don't believe that the same can be true for the pools. It's a lot of elderly people. It's actually a demographic thing. It's elderly people that use the pools, and then people with young families, majority, and not actually within the locality. So I wouldn't be in favour of that one. And then the second point that I wanted to make was the map that you've got, because I initially assumed that it was just the Dargle Township that followed the same shape, but then I've noticed that there's bits that are carved out within the area that you've got. So so can you talk to me about why there's the deviations from the township? And
so the role area, so your valuations, so when land was divvied up, the valuer general and valuers decided these areas are the roles. So that valuation number starts with 5 digits, and that sits you within this particular area. So you've
kind of big chunk of the hospital upwards.
So the town grown, town's grown beyond that. So those, they're in a different role, they're in a different number. They start with a different. Even though there isn't. It's a bit technical.
So the staff are saying it's really hard for them to identify what's residential and what's rural. So they've started with the role area, which isn't going to be perfect. And then within that role area, identifying whether it's residential.
And it's based on.
It's not a
it's not perfect. It's very challenging. Yeah.
So currently the question we're proposing we put to the community is whether or not they support changing to this differential targeted rate. And in the draft document currently, we've set out the rating tools of how we would apply that. Christine's talked about another way to do that. And so it's just getting direction on whether or not you want to proceed with this question and still ask the community, and if so, which rating tool you would model for it.
Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a concern with this question and differential targeted rate as well. Because all those people have seen the mismanagement of Cory Coast food, which we were presented to us is sports not random. So, I mean, I don't think we should get into a commitment. And also the fact that we are dividing the two on number basis, 60%, 40%, is making it more complicated. First of all, I even object to the whole idea of having targeted rates for that purpose. And two, I also have issue with, I think it's a separate question though, about the management of this. And historically, it has been a downhill and hasn't worked. And Kaipara Council will take responsibility of inefficiencies of the management, which has happened in both cases.
Through the chair, can I just answer your question specifically about target rate? And fair enough, the reason why it's differentiated is because of the 30% cap. Oh, was it right? No, maybe it's.
When we talked about it, in the finance and discussions we've had, is it no point rate that then to all that is the UAGC has to reduce. So we didn't want that. We said there should be a number of targeted rates. So we didn't want part of the 30% agreement that was passed on to the drivers that was given to staff. So that's why we've differentiated. And also, there was a lot of people who were complaining to councillors that they were out in the country and they were having to pay the libraries. And this actually shows we got figures from the chief librarian that more people in the towns detail as being library users and those in the areas. So that's why we.
Yes. Councillor Kaniora?
Sorry, indulge me. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that we should take the targetable pools out of the consultation. I think it's hugely unfair that we're going to require people in close proximity to pay a larger amount of the pool when most of them don't even use it. I'm actually quite worried about the commercial viability of the pools as they stand. We're not the ones that even want, a lot of people in Darwin didn't even want the pools. And then it's been let, and now we're going to actually say to people who are close, that live close by, oh, by the way, you're going to pay a higher share of it when they never wanted it to begin with. I think it's an inflammatory consultation question that has no justification to go out for consultation on it, and should just remove it. I think that there's definitely some argument in the libraries. I know anecdotally that people send their young ones there for a few hours after school, pick them up from work, there's that extra community benefit there. And yeah, people out in the rural communities, yeah, I think that's fine.
So through the chair, I'm hearing a couple of things there. One that you're proposing or potentially proposing to remove the pool from this.
Let's at least know what's happening, because we still haven't had the proper financials reports for the pool. And there's a whole lot of issues with the contractors and the management that we currently have there that we need to work out before we lump it on on ratepayers.
So through the chair, can I just ask?
Sue wanted to say something.
So I need clear direction today whether the pool is to be in that time, because I'm bringing other policies back to you. And
Sharon,
sorry, the second thing is that I'm also just hearing that you're potentially saying not to consult on this at all and just remain as we are in the way that we rate. So I just need direction on both of those things for, yeah.
Councillor Lambeth, followed by Councillor Larson.
25 years has been a targeted rate for the pool. When it was the old pool up at the Rory Gordon Street intersection, and then it was part of the extensive consultation process during the construction and the development of the new pool, and it has been that way for a good 16, 17 years, and that targeted rate has not changed there. I think that people need to have their say on it, and they need to say something about it. By taking it out, you are going to leave it as it is. Is that what we were heading? Otherwise, we're going to stop all funding to it, because there's serious implications if we do that, because a lot of that funding for that pool was on a business plan.
And they're not stopping the funding.
No.
Of this question.
Yeah, so the targeted rate will stay the same for.
Yeah. Yeah. There's no targeted rate for the pool at the moment, right? Currently.
Yes, so that target rate was taken away and put into a general rate, was it?
Just remain as status quo. So the question at the moment,
Well, that would-
based on previous,
Recently, has it?
yeah, so it's either to, would you like to talk this? So the two options that we're proposing for the community, based on council direction from previous briefings, is either to, option one, pay for the operation and maintenance of the parks, the pool and the libraries through the differential targeted rates. So that means that 60% of the in the areas that Christine talked about, the people in the areas Christine talked about would pay 60% of the budget, and the other people would pay the 40%. Or option two, which is status quo, which is discharge it as we normally do through the general rate. The amount of money we're collecting is not changing.
So what's going on?
Thank you. Put through this conversation, and my feedback is I think that we need to, as it's been clarified, keep the pool going. And at the moment, the shortfall is being funded from general rate, funded across the whole district evenly, and I think that it is a unique situation. And I think we need to stick with that status quo. We'll keep it funded, keep it simple. What you've got here is the operation of the parks and the libraries, which is something we have a bit more balance around. The pool's a unique situation. And so, I was kind of going, no, maybe this is difficult, but now I'm actually thinking there's so much work has gone into this. I actually think we should keep it in there, and as Pierre has suggested, take the pool out, make sure it's still funded from general rate. Let's go and have the conversation with the community. They might come back and say, actually, it's good, or they might all say, nah, forget it.
Yeah.
So that's where I thought it was still.
I did so, through the chair, I did to.
Councillor Ash.
I did to Pera's point as well, the pool should be out. Thank you. It's very controversial. It's not going to add any value to the conversation. Thank you.
So that's, sorry, you go.
I was just going to say, I agree with what councillor Larson said.
It's very clear directions, but we will remove the pool from that
calculation.
I think that, there's a separate challenge there too, of course, and that is the challenge of looking after that pool, which is not sufficient. That's what that's what makes it. Yeah, things need to change.
Very expensive.
The council.
That's a separate issue. Yeah. Okay.
So just to close that one out, we do need a little bit of direction from around Christine's options for how we propose that.
Yeah, do we
targeted rate? So
yeah, it's just so you're aware that if we keep it as it is, it's quite challenging, and we're likely to have from those that are living far away and say it's not fair. Rates aren't always fair anyway, but it might be easier if we were to look at going what was proposed the other day, which was potentially just removing, instead of going just the residential properties get the 60%. Yeah, anybody who's not industrial or commercial within these areas, that still keep the same role. Anyone who's not industrial or commercial in there will be charged at the higher rate, and everyone else gets the lower rate.
You're talking about for parks and libraries now, excluding.
yeah, and it's the way that it's just the proposal for it. So
would that therefore presumably reduce, that'll reduce those costs?
Modelling, but
I think that would be beneficial.
yeah, there'll be more people contributing to that, so it will bring it, it'll still be hundreds of dollars we're talking, but it'll bring it down. So
I just think we really need to control that narrative around,
Yeah.
we're paying for it already through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not going on top of that, we need to make.
You've got to be clear.
Yeah.
And that's where we've got
included.
the option there of the average is $300, general rates average. So, yeah. Thank you. So we'll do that.
You're right. Document, all right. We can move through these other ones. So topic 5 is a targeted, sorry, Councillor Lambert.
Topic 5, good Mayor. I think we need to differentiate somewhere here between what is a forestry block and what is carbon credit, because I think people will be looking here and say, well, I haven't planted my trees for forestry, I'm going to challenge this.
Yeah.
So we need to, because they're two different animals altogether.
Charge and
They're still using the ones when they chop the trees down and replant to offset the credits, they're still.
But they have to cut them down at some
No, they're no good for forestry.
But there are some that definitely can take down and then replant.
So the way the rate's set now, as we discussed when it came to council in October, was that we identify properties that, it's the imperfect world of this district valuation role, the highest and best use of the property, and that code that's given. Forestry, carbon credit forestry is still given the FE, forestry exotic category. Administratively, I don't know how we would be able to take that out.
Oh, no, I don't want taken out. I think they should be paying twice the amount.
Oh, carbon
Yeah.
Carbon properties are identified as FE, so they would be in at this point, but we don't charge them anymore. We just charge.
I just think we need some mention because they're not designed for forestry because there's no roading to mill them or anything like that. There's no pruning going on, so they're substandard. There's no firefighting stuff that's going into them. It's a mess, these carbon credit.
Mr Mayor, we can't differentiate at the moment, is what Christine's saying. I do know the valuers, whatever they're called, have this on their radar as well, but that lies with them rather than us at the moment, so we've got time to do that.
So if we go back to the purpose of charging it, which is the roads and paying.
Yeah.
The fact that they don't have any roads means they don't have any roads. So they whatever issue that they have down the track to try and mill them because they don't last forever is on them. So I don't know if we start getting ourselves into technical questions that are actually not yet developed yet anyway, from a tax perspective, from a trading perspective, and we just let that run its course through the political regime, but we just stick to roads, trees.
I just wonder if a note in there that they would be classed as the same and both of them will incur the targeted rate.
Councillor No.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it simple. I think this is a matter which we have discussed at the council level, and it's more to do with how we charge it rather than where we charge it. So it is to do with actual based, which I think Councillor Vincent pointed out and we all agreed. And so it's a simple question about are we happy to go with option 1, which the council has taken, and nothing more than that. I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Lambert.
It said, last sentence in the first paragraph, the rate partially funds the maintenance of roads impacted by logging trucks, and just wondering whether we take it out or reword that, the rate targets the maintenance or something got to do with the cost to the land of the forestry and the services. We can look at it. Yeah, it's just, yeah.
Have to change your rating.
You don't want to leave an opportunity.
Got 3 men to get out.
Yeah. That's fair enough.
Any more questions? Okay, let's finish.
Okay.
Time limit on the questions. What kind of exam is it?
I think topic 6 is fairly straightforward.
You can ask in the most of it.
Applicable for
No, I'm talking.
The rate players out there decide.
Yeah, and ask for it. Happy, no questions on one.
No, they're all good.
Topic 7 is, so the last two topics are around targeted rates that we're collecting on behalf of another entity.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Option 1.
Do we want to bundle them together? Does anyone have any questions on either of those?
No.
I think we just.
What about it before? We don't want to fight about it now.
Just Dargaville Sportswell. Sorry, I may add to Mr. Mayor. Again, Dargaville Sportswell is also being managed by same Coast Coast Recreational Society, which had the pool and sold it for $1 to Sports Northville, and which we have.
No, that's incorrect. That is totally.
Well, that's what it is.
That is totally non-factual. It's a fact.
No, it's Google. I Googled it.
I thought we were on topic 6.
We moved through to. Keep up, keep up.
Dargaville, yeah. Sorry, so let me.
Mr. Mayor, so the Dargaville, can I say the Dargaville Sports, they came to council asked us to put this in a target rate, we put it in a target rate, I think that's, yeah.
But it says November 23, representative of Coast Coast Recreational Society. All I'm trying to say is the same society which were managing the Dargaville pool.
That is incorrect. That is
Well,
false.
that's in Google.
No.
Okay, leave it.
Okay, so that's the target rate options, and there were some other options provided by elected members, is that correct?
There was a couple that I just wanted to address really quickly. So most of them have been addressed. They were around the use of Moir Street land, suggestions for consultation around what's going to happen in that Mangawhai Community Park space, which we've already discussed as well. There was a suggestion for amending the RMP for the Mangawhai Community Park. That's happening separately and it's happening with an own consultation.
Sorry, did we just sit past the options for sports hall? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we did.
I just, sorry, I was just waiting for my turn.
Your turn.
Thank you. So same with, so you know how we had option 1, 2 and 3 for the climate adaptation. Are we able to just put a little bit more, just a little bit more into the options? Because, for example, option 2 is commercially better for council to collect all at once so that we can get things going before, inflation hits and all of that. So there's advantages to collecting that versus just collecting the first stage. So can we just put a little bit more of this pros and cons?
So through the chair, I removed the that part of this for these because they are drafted these consultation questions based on what those entities have presented with and what they're asking us to do. So if council has thoughts on it and direction on it, we can include those as the options.
Yeah, well, it's just because who would ever go for option 2? Like that's going to not be a consistent based on what's presented to me now, but I know that there's actually more to it than what's, there's advantages there to option 2, but
Sure.
are going to go option 1, option 3?
So we do, for topic 7 and topic 8, we have presentational proposals that both of those entities gave to council. And, so there's, if you look at the bottom of the map, which is the rating area for the proposed targeted rate, it says read the Coast Coast Recreational Society and KDC targeted rate proposal.
Do you report on that?
Sure, absolutely, yeah.
Because that just looks like it is.
Because all of the information that we're providing here is their information, it's not council's information.
Into the consultation document.
It will not go in the consultation document, it will be a link in the consultation document and it will be provided as a reference document. So when I talked at the beginning about signposts or extra information, the consultation document, we try to keep as concise as possible.
Okay.
And then, but absolutely for that one and also for the Mangawhai Museum.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, just through these other suggestions. So there was a suggestion around McLean Park for consulting on building a skate park and building a river jetty. I think that came through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, so those projects are caught up with the community engagement team, and those projects are being led by Kaiwaka Can. They've applied for the reserve contributions and a community engagement advisor for the areas working really closely with them. So they plan to hold a drop-in to see the plans to being submitted for the consent and provide an overview. So that's in hand through that process, and we wouldn't. Does that answer?
Chair, can I add river jetty in Dargaville? Because that was part of it. When Kaiwaka was having that.
Not starting again.
That jetty going from Toka Toka to the side, so that we don't have so much traffic.
Next time.
And there used to be one. Can we include that in consultation, please?
Of the hovercraft.
Sorry? No, hovercraft is on the other side.
We know we have dolphins at Dargaville.
We are talking Dargaville, and there's a big problem going to Porto. So from Toka to the hard and straight way go 10 minutes to Porto. Can you ask about that, please? Include that, right?
Yeah, through the chair, there's direction.
No.
Okay, it's too late.
Have any money then?
There was also just a suggestion around consulting on the future use of the Fagan Place land. Now, through this LTP and the draft budgets, we've got carrying out and completing the pensioner housing project as priority. So the questions in the CD are all about work that needs to happen or is potentially going to happen or will apply for the next 3 years.
Right.
So we're focused on that for this consultation document. If there is an opportunity or a position where we can start to plan for that area outside, we can look at that in years 2 or year 3 when we get to an annual plan.
Councillor Larson.
I think so.
I think there might have been a bit of a breakdown in communication around some of these matters. They weren't intended to be consulted.
No.
Parallel with the other. So that we use the same framework to consult on them, not that they were. So that we could consult with the community out for us. What the intention was alongside, not within. It's always been quite clearly stated.
This is one other thing.
So just back to them. So specifically the ones that you're talking about, councillor Larson. So we're focused at the moment, and so there was always a master plan requirement to develop that and at the same time as we go through the pension housing side of the business, right, and get them sorted. That is going to take at least a year. There is an opportunity. I suppose it's a question of whether or not we take the community too fast, too quickly.
You're saying is practice don't need
to do it.
Because we're already
got a master plan.
And that's
consult on that.
And then the Kaiwaka projects they come back and said that they're handling that themselves and they don't need council to do it for them.
Well, I went and checked on these questions as suggestions for consultation, and that's the information I received.
Who Kaiwaka Can?
From our community engagement team and what their process, what they're working through with them at the moment.
Anyone talked about Kaiwaka Can, who were the ones that requested it?
But you'll be able to ask them tonight.
So my understanding is the community group our community team talked to Kaiwaka Can, and that's the feedback we've got. That's what we've got at the moment.
We don't know.
Sounds good.
Yep. So I know it's been a long day. We're going to wrap it up now. So obviously the next briefing, just take the slide in front of you. We've got thank you for your time with the consultation document. It's not an easy document to write. Ruby worked really hard to get it right. It's hard to get right. Really needed your feedback. It was the first time you've really had a chance to get into the detail. It is looking really good. And looking better after everybody's feedback, which is great. So that's coming back for next briefing in March. The full document. Thank you, Ruby. And then including what we're going to do as far as the engagement activities, which we do for during this LTP. So you can get certainty and clarity about when you can come and talk to the community and listen to them during all the engagement activities that we're going to be having.
Just a question. On the 6th March, I think Councillor Pera pointed out something coming out on March 7th.
27th is a lot of the legislation's going through.
Can we have it the week after?
Sorry, I don't.
The day anyway.
Through that weeks later, the 27th.
Is it 27?
Yeah, it's somewhere in the middle of March.
Yeah, it's in March.
Most of the, coalition, deals will be,
Days.
yeah.
Announced. Yeah. No, the structure.
Yeah, will
is-
be the actual wording and the legislation will go through its first reading.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay, so, and so, yeah, Sue's got a few reports coming to next week's council meeting, policies based on some of the conversations as well. So we're really starting to get to the nitty gritty. We'll adjust the numbers, bring them back to you too. Remember, this was the time to give us a direction. You gave it to us. Thank you so much. We are going to be formulating it now, and you kind of get a picture of where we're at based on and the ins and the outs of what you've done already today. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your attendance and your concentration today.
And the
Clear this meeting closed.
in the spirit in which it was done.